பேரு मुझे लगा सुनाई कैसे चलता है।
A very good morning to all the esteemed participants. I hope the audio and visual signals are clear to all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for responding. I would like to share and give certain briefings about the session which is about to come. So let us discuss about this session. I will request the participants ensure that during the inaugural session as well as during the lecture sessions, I will request all the participants to kindly put their mic on the mute mode. If you are wanting to request any query, definitely you are most welcome. You can put your query in the chat box. You can also raise your hand. You can also unmute and ask the question during the virtual interactive session. Because the number of participants is quite large, we will accept at a time so that in a systematic manner, the answers can be done. During the inaugural session, we expect the participants to be on mute so that when the respected dignitaries are there for the inaugural session, we can go unhassled the entire inaugural function. Also, we expect that this interactive session, which will be conducted over e-platform regarding the preparation for the combined geoscientist examination, will prove useful to most of the participants who are appearing in the streams. And all of you, even if you are not appearing for this session or this year's examination in the next year and coming year, because I saw some of them are from the graduation also. So whenever you appear for your examination, this virtual interactive session will prove useful to all of you. So I will request the participants to kindly ensure their attendance to, that is 25th of February, and tomorrow, that is 26th of February, for which the duration during which this virtual interactive session will be conducted. Kindly be present both in the forenoon and afternoon session and take the maximum advantage of this virtual interactive sessions. We have arranged sessions by eminent speakers, so all of them interacting with the participants, and you are requested to make the maximum use. After the inaugural session, we will have an e-session by respected Shri N. Kutum Rao sir. Then we will have a session on preparation for general studies, which will be conducted by myself, Nidhi Mishra, Senior Geologist in Geological Survey of India Training Institute. After the general studies session, the participants will be exposed to a e-session as well as an interactive one with chemists who have joined newly in GSI and are qualified this examination previous one, and they will be discussing about how to prepare for chemistry. We will also have specialized talks for the interview preparation by esteemed, respected guest fraternity, Shri GHP Raju, who is an IFS officer, Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, Dr. M. Jagannath Rao, who is the Vice Chancellor of Adaki Nanya University, Rajamundry. On 26th, we'll be having sessions regarding how to prepare for the geophysics stream, how to do the answer writing, how to avoid certain common mistakes, and also interview session. After which, we will also give time to the participants to have interaction with all the faculty. So kindly be present to all these sessions. Keep your mic on mute. During the inaugural session, we request the participants keep your video on for a group photograph of all the participants who are present in this virtual interactive session. but kindly ensure that your mic is on mute. So I hope it is clear to the participants. Thank you so much. We'll be shortly. Back to you. Rohit ji, kindly put it on mute, sir, please. Please, can you hear me, please?
వాట్సాప్ లో లింక్ పంపిస్తే దాన్ని వచ్చా మాట్లాడేమన్నా హలో వచ్చావు నీదే మ్యూట్ లో లేదు
ఎవరో మ్యూట్ లో లేదు అన్నారు మ్యూట్ లో చిన్నడా మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు ఏదో బాగా పెట్టారా
వీడియో రావడం లేదు
communicate with them.
We have to communicate.
Maybe class started.
When will be class started?
Yeah, participants, you are requested to kindly mute the system. The class will be start just in a few minutes. The formal inauguration. So it is requested the participants to please keep your instrument in mute mode so that you can have a smooth running.
UPSC.
The participants, we are about to start the inaugural part session. May I request all of you to kindly ensure that you are in mute mode. Thank you.
Hello. Is it audible?
Is it? Yeah, it's audible.
Audible. Video. Video का record.
सर नमस्कार।
इसको खोल दो।
नमस्कार नमस्कार सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार
Morning sir.
नमस्कार पवार साहब नमस्ते
नमस्कार. Very good morning to you sir.
हाय गुड मॉर्निंग सर गुड
நல்லா உட்காந்து காலை வெளியே வெளியே வா.
Namaste.
Dr. Exactly at sharp 10 o'clock Saab is having a meeting.
Yes sir.
Yes please.
Everybody has joined. We can start sir.
Because it's 9:55 na? Another 5 minutes.
Definitely.
It's exactly sharp 10 na?
ठीक है सर। सीधा टेबल रख सकते हैं।
Namaskar. On behalf of Geological Survey of India Training Institute, I, Sen, Director, Technical Coordination and Course Coordinator of this interactive session, welcome you in this two-day virtual interactive session on effective preparations for the combined geoscientist examinations of UPSC to be held for next 2 days, that is from today and tomorrow. Before I proceed further, I would request the participants who have joined us from different parts of the country to keep your device on mute mode so that we can hear our dignitaries. In this inaugural session, let me welcome respected Sri M.M. Pawar Sir, Additional Director General and Training Manager of Geological Survey of India, who has joined from the Central Headquarters of Geological Survey of India, Kolkata. I welcome you, sir, and request you to chair this inaugural session.
Thank you, sir.
I also welcome Sri C.H. Venkateshwara Rao, sir, Deputy Director General and Head Mission 5, who heads the Geological Survey of India Training Institute and convener of this interactive session. Welcome you, sir, in this inaugural session. I also welcome Sri Vishwajit Gangopadhyay, sir, Deputy Director General, GSI Training Institute and co-convener of this inaugural inaugural session of this novel program. I welcome you, sir, in this session. Please join us. I welcome the faculty members and the newly joined officers of different streams, especially chemistry, physics, geophysics, and geology of UPSC 2019, who will be sharing their experience. I welcome you all in this session, and I extend my warm welcome to all the participants who have registered their nomination from more than 280 cities of India. Until yesterday evening, we got over 1,400 nominations. And as you can see, sir, every minute there is an increase in the number of participants joining. I welcome you all aboard in this program, and I wish to share a very brief about this program. In the history of GSI, this is probably the first time that GSI Training Institute is arranging this novel program to help the aspirants of 3 different streams of Geological Survey of India, especially chemistry, geology, and physics, as well as geophysics, to crack the UPSC exam. In this session, as I have already said, the newly joint officers of chemistry, geophysics, and geology stream of GSI will share their know-how, tidbits for effective preparation. And we will also have 4 distinguished speakers to address our participants and share their experience on the preparations of this personal interview and how to face the UPSC interview. With this brief course description, I would like to request Sri Vishwajit Gangopadhyay sir, Deputy Director General, Regional Training Divisions and Field Training Centers, to share a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, Dr. Shen. Respected C.M.N. Pawar, Additional Director General and Training Manager as ABG EDSS of Geological Survey of India. C. Venkateshwara Rao, Deputy Director General of Division 5, Geological Survey of India Training Institute, Hyderabad. Dr. Shen, Director, Technical Coordination as well as Planning Programming of ATA Hyderabad. All the respected participants and all the eminent guest speakers to join us this particular session, that is e-learning session. Actually, the session outcome has already been described by Dr. Shen. I want to emphasize the last 4+ decades of the experience of Geological Survey Training Institute. This is the first time we have ventured out this particular type of program. I think this, as you all know, since April 2020, within this pandemic time, Geological Survey Training Institute has embarked upon a new vista of imparting, sharing the knowledge, utilizing the digital platform. The number of valedictory sessions, of course, in all the sessions, the academicians and the students community is to represent. They are to request us that a course may be designed to crack UPSC exam, joint UPSC examination, that is the combined geoscientist examination. Participants, kindly mute your microphone, please. Kindly mute the microphone, please. With this backdrop, we thought that we can, with the help of eminent speakers, as well as the candidates who have just passed this geoscientist examination, they will be delivering to this WebEx platform as well as our Facebook page, and which way one can prepare for cracking this geoscientist examination. This particular examination is definitely a giant leap forward for the career progression of all the aspirants who want to join, crack this geoscientist examination. There are definitely some way, some tips will be delivered, will be shared by the personnel, none other than those who qualified this examination to their hard work. At the end of the 2-day session, also at the experience of the eminent speakers of the UPSC board itself, that is also another trick. At the end of the 2-day session, you will be having a rich knowledge and be looking forward to crack similar examination, not only the geoscientist examination, there are a lot of scope in other fields of the geoscience will definitely enrich. Thank you very much. Stay safe. With the one request, kindly cooperate with the speakers. If there be any problem regarding internet issue only, we will be definitely trying to help and overcome the situation. Stay safe.
Thank you, Gangopadhyay sir, for your address and letting us know the rationale behind taking this program. Thank you very much, sir. Now, let me welcome and request our head GSI Training Institute, C.H. Venkateswara Rao sir, and convener of this program to share your words.
Thank you, Dr. Vibhas. Respected Shri M.M. Pawar, Additional Director General and Training Manager, holding additional charge of HOD of Central Headquarters of GSI. Respected Shri Biswit Gangopadhyay, DDG, RTDs and FTCs, and Shri Dr. Vibhas Singh, Director of Planning and Programming and Director of Technical Coordination, and
hello sir, sorry to interrupt.
Officers.
Sir, a lot of noise coming, sir.
And all esteemed participants from different organizations, different academic institutions of Pan India. Good morning, all of you. A warm welcome to the Training Institute e-programming from effective preparations of combined UPSC geoscientist exam. And first time we are conducting, taking the feedback for enlightening the budding students who are aspiring for the geoscientist. In this endeavor, I thank Sri M.M. Pawar, he is our Training Institute Manager and Additional Director General, who takes care of entire Training Institute from headquarters. He has given unconditional support for conducting this program. Due to him, what we are doing, all our and the Director General is supposed to be addressed today because of his sudden program, a parliamentary committee meeting, he could not chair this session. And I thankful our Director General, I thankful to our Additional Director General and Training Manager for allowing us to conduct this program. And please stay safe. Any technical issues will be there. We will be sorting ourselves from ourselves. From our side, kindly bear some inconvenience will be there. And stay safe. Namaste. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views. I would request participants to bear with us. Please put your mic off. Now, let me request Sri M.M. Pawar, the chairman of this session, additional director general and patron of this entire training course, to speak a few words on this occasion. Pawar sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Respected DDG Sri C.H. Venkateswara Rao, EDG and HOD GSI TI, respected Sri Bishwajit Gangopadhyay Sahab, DDG RTD and FTC GSITI, Dr. Bibas Sain, Director TC, GSITI, eminent faculty members and students all joined to Pan India this program. A very good morning and warm greetings to all. Very much delighted today that our ex-DG GSI, Sri N. Kutumbara Sahab, has kindly consented to address the students. Sri Rao Sahab, he has led this great organization, and because of his visionary and leadership quality, this department has achieved much desired progress in all fronts as envisaged by the Ministry of Mines. Besides, it's a great honor and us that the dignitaries Professor Sri Jagananda Rao Sahab, Vice Chancellor Adikavi Nanannaya University, and Sri G.H.P. Raju, IPS Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya, who has also consented to address and guide the students with their valuable advices. I am very much thankful for these dignitaries for sharing their valuable knowledge. Survey of India is a premier geoscientific organization in the country and has legacy of 170 years. GSI continued to grow and diversify into various geoscientific activity and delivered impeccable contribution in the arena of geosciences. GSI's main contribution in preparation of baseline geoscience data generation and locating number of mineral deposits has played a vital role in the development of this nation. GSI's main contribution is identified number of deposits in the country. GSI training is under the leadership of Sri C.H. Venkateswara Rao Sahab is doing excellent job in generating number of training courses for in-house GSI employees and state geological departments and stakeholders, including international students, and preparing them to take up the challenges in the field of earth sciences is a really appreciable. GSITI's state-of-the-art training facilities of international repute, having highly experienced and knowledgeable faculty, had designed this workshop to bring all the topics that are essential to crack the UPSC examination. Already students and presently undergoing training programs will be sharing their valuable knowledge and intricacies for preparation of this examination. The eminent dignitaries will be guiding students on vital issues in preparation and personality tests. This will certainly help the students who wants to choose their career, geologists, chemists, or geophysicists, and join this great organization. I convey my heartfelt gratitude and to DDG and HOD GSITI, Sri Venkateswara Rao, and their team of faculty members for arranging this workshop. My best is for all the students who join this online, this workshop for their bright future, and may they
Sir, thank you for your blessings and patronage for this program. We hope to share our views, knowledge, whatever we have gathered through our service, through our experience with the young aspirants. Now we have come to the very end of this program. Before I hand over the baton to Srimati Nidhi Mishra, Senior Geologist and Core Faculty Member of GSI Training Institute, I request all the participants to switch on their videos for a few minutes so that we take some screenshots of this program and make it a memorable one. The core faculty who are sharing their slides, please stop it and please switch on your videos for a while. And yeah, we are having some good number of videos, participants who have joined us. Please stay with us, and over to you, Nidhi, please, for the customary vote of thanks. Nidhi, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Privilege to present the vote of thanks in inaugural session for the virtual interactive training session on effective preparation for UPSC Combined Geoscientist Examination. We will express our heartfelt thanks to the Director General, Geological Survey of India, under whose leadership, motivation, and guidance we are conducting the entire program. Our sincere thanks, gratitude, and heartful welcome and essence of respect for Shri M.M. Pawar, Additional Director General and Training Manager of GSI, for taking out the time from his busy schedule and inaugural session, for providing us the required guidance, motivation, mentorship, and support to conduct this training program. We are extremely thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much. Express our gratitude and thanks to Shri C.H. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, Director General and Head Mission 5, GSI Training Institute, for providing the leadership, the logistics support, his mentorship to conduct this e-virtual session. We express our thanks to Shri Bishwajit Gangopadhyay, sir, Deputy Director General for Regional Training Divisions and Field Training Centers, for his involvement, support, and guidance throughout the preparation of this training course. I express your thanks towards Dr. Bibhas Sen, Director Technical Coordination, Planning and Programming of GSI Training Institute, for his deep involvement throughout support and the proper planning with which he has carried forward the entire preparation for this virtual interactive session. We express our sincere gratitude to the eminent personalities who have agreed to speak and share their experience on this occasion. Shri GHP Raju, IPS Officer, Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. Dr. M. Jagannath Rao, Vice Chancellor of Adhikavi Nanya University, Rajamundry. Shri P.V. Sukumaran, retired DDG GSI, and none other than Shri N. Kutumb Rao, the retired Director General of Geological Survey of India, who have agreed to share their experience for the benefit of the students. We express our sincere gratitude and thanks to all the participants of this virtual interactive session, the newly joined officers of the chemistry, geology, and geophysics stream, who will be here to share their experience of passing the examination with the participant trainees. Nevertheless, we are most thankful to the esteemed participants from different cities throughout the length and breadth of our country. Nearly 280 cities are there from where the participants have joined this virtual interactive session. We are thankful to the controlling officers. We are thankful to the HODs of the department who have given the permission to the students to join this training course. Very much thankful to the entire fraternity and faculty of GSI Training Institute who have put in a great team effort to bring this virtual interactive session in its current form. So we are thankful to one and all for helping us and enabling us to conduct this virtual interactive session for the effective preparation of UPSC Combined Geoscientist examination. Thank you to one and all.
Thank you, Nidhi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time, sir. I profusely thank on behalf of entire TA to Shri Pawar Saab for chairing the session, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
With the permission of the chair, may I conclude this meeting, sir?
Yes,
Inaugural
yes, yes,
session?
sir. Yes, please.
Thank you. Dear participants,
No,
please.
Please call Kutumra Saab is online, please.
Yeah. Dear participants, be with us. Our next esteemed speaker, retired DG GSI, Sri N. Kutumrao, is already online. He will be talking within a few minutes with you, sharing his views, his ideas on the role of geoscientist of GSI in nation building. Please be with us. Please be with us for a while.
Wait कर रहे हैं. Thanks. Sir, जाएंगे रमा. Approach रमा, but side इवड़े अकर ने माटाडता. Kutumra Saab, are you online, sir?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Just
Okay.
Sir, be online, sir. Before you come on to line, I will say a few words about you, sir. Please,
Sure.
sir, I welcome you, sir. 1 minute, sir. Dear respected Shri Biswit Gangopadhyay, sir, Dr. Bibas Seth, all esteemed training participants from different organizations, different cities of India. I welcome, it is indeed a pleasure and privilege for me to welcome Shri N. Kutumrao Garu, Director General, retired Geological Survey of India, who served GSI for 3.5 decades, holding different portfolios entire his career. He joined as a geologist of 1980 UPSC batch, served more than 36 years in different capacities, Director International Division, Director and Faculty of Geological Survey of India Training Institute, and State in the DDG of Kerala, and Additional Director General of Central Region Nagpur, superannuated in May 2018. As Director General associated with so many joint collaborative projects with the countries like Australia, Britain, and Bangladesh. Conducted and coordinated various international geological correlation programs, IGCP, and international events with the British Geological Survey, Natural Resources Canada, IUGS as a Director of International Division at GSA Calcutta. Served as a trainer and faculty of GSA TA. A geological domain expertise, Gondwana sediments of Pranahita Godavari Valley in the unified Andhra Pradesh, Deccan volcanics of Maharashtra, and tertiary sediments of Manipur state. Significant achievements he achieved during his service. Extensive studies of Godavari and Chintalpudi sub-basins of Pranahita Godavari Valley, and the information of Chintalpudi sub-basin turned out to be a profit-making open-cast mining of Singareni collieries, a PSU of Telangana government, Telangana state, with the annual production of about 5 million tons. He is associated with fellow of Geological Society of India, fellow of Gondwana Geological Society Nagpur, member of Geological Society of Australia. This is apart from his service credentials. Being a person, he is a good human being, wonderful human being, who strives to help the needy people in need of our. He helped so many people who are in trouble by considering the humanitarian grounds, helping the needy people, needy hour, for transferring the people from. He always comes for the rescue of junior, and as well as a fellow he is in trouble. He's such a wonderful human being. I welcome sir for his this 2 days virtual interactive session for how to prepare a combined geoscientist exam, sir. Indeed, it's a pleasure, sir, because this gathering is having a 1400 across India, 270 cities. All students are participating, sir. Please, sir, I welcome on behalf of entire GSA TA. Please, over to Kudumrao, sir. Sir, unmute, sir. It is not audible, sir. You please unmute, sir. Sir, not audible, sir. Unmute, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Rao, can I start?
Start, sir.
Hello, can I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please start, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rao, for nice introduction. Nice to see Vishwajit, Dr. Bibas, and Nidhi. And good morning to all of you, the dear aspirants for this wonderful program.
Vote of thanks.
First of its kind.
Please, after concluding.
It's a great opportunity for me, and it's a pleasure. In fact, as Mr. Rao hinted, that let me just address you all. I would be just briefing you on the role of a geoscientist in GSI, generally in the service to the nation. As you know, if you join any organization, their roles are minimum and specific. But in GSI, he has the geoscientist will be a multitask master. Before I talk of the role and significance of a geoscientist, being a geologist, I would say a few words about the geology. It is such a noble subject. It should be aware. Geology illuminates the past, sustains present, and shows way to future. We are there in the past, we are there in the present, we are going to be there in the future. Geology plays important role in modern life and civilization. We all depend on earth materials found by geoscientist activities and by study of geology. Almost everything we get from earth, you just recollect, let it be the raw material for our construction, raw material for transport media, whatever you just think, the jewelry we wear, everything we have to get from the earth. That is, the geology is important and will continue to be very important in life and civilization. Now coming to the geoscientist who unravels the mystery of the Mother Earth. Here, his responsibility is multifold. His tasks are plenty, not one or two jobs like we see in any other organization. And out of all, that still he excels in delivering the goods. The roles, let us move on. The major task is the discovery of mineral resources. Any government, any policy maker expects from the geoscientist mal, treasure. Besides that discovery of the mineral wealth, there are plenty of tasks where geoscientists is needed to perform in the service to the nation. To quote the Kautilya's Abdashastra, mines are described as the source of treasure, and India produces as many as 84 minerals. GDP from mineral production, though low, it plays a vital role in the world economy as it has a direct bearing on industrial growth and national development. Mining industry is the backbone for the industrial growth. It supports several other industries. Hence, every nation to be aware of its mineral potential. At the same time, it is also important to search for the new minerals to sustain the present and to secure the prosperity of the future generations. Such is the onerous task a geoscientist need to play. Exploration of mineral resource is the key to the nation's development. Out of the resources, there are energy resources like coal, petroleum, CBM, gas hydrates, atomic minerals which provide power for growth. Metallic minerals provide the backbone for infrastructure and capital goods industry. Limestone and the cement is essential for infrastructure. A host of other metallic and non-metallic minerals form the basic ingredients for industries. Besides the mineral utilities here, minerals also are utilized in the sports. You take swimming, many in preparation, manufacturing of the equipment, in preparing of the swimming pool, the gypsum sheets. Everywhere, the minerals are in use, indispensable in the day-to-day life. They are there in Ayurveda medicine. You know, some medicines like Shankabhasma, and even in the home medicines, like we call the calc phos, like this. So that is one major aspect a geoscientist has to handle. Besides that, see how many roles a geoscientist in GSI has to handle, how many tasks he has to perform. A geoscientist in a remote sensing and hyperspectral studies, picking up alteration zones for targeting the mineral potential. Geoscientists also have to take a great lead in geotechnical projects like construction of the dams, tunnels, highways, canals. You are aware of this Jammu Kashmir, the tunnel way where GSI was initially associated with. And in major dams, the GSI's geologist has to give the feasibility certificate. On the irrigation canals, the alignment, just to quote one small example, I refer to the irrigation canal in Yavatmal district of Maharashtra that was dug to take care of the drought-prone areas in Yavatmal, diverting the water from one reservoir to the other. After passing water to some extent, the water suddenly disappeared and all the politicians are panicky. What has happened? As long as the water was flowing through Deccan Trap terrain, it's perfect. No problem. The moment it entered the sedimentary terrain, the Kaladgi basin, where the limestone exposed with fuse bedding joints, as well the underground network of caverns, there is a water loss. All this, the crores and hundreds of crores is sunk. But this is where geology plays such a key role. Well, anyway, in such cases, there is a solution the geotechnical specialist of GSI offers, either taking the water through the pipe, through the damaged part, or through the lined canal. We have many such these things in the dam alignment zones. How to see the subsurface geology also, and then great structures like giants and falls at depth. In fact, in the course of time, they cause a lot of damage to the such a major investment. If needed, even we go for the geophysical studies. Once again, the geoscientist in the mitigation of natural hazards like earthquakes, tsunamis, volcano, landslides, coastal erosion, and urban flooding, though we cannot predict and stop them, definitely with the awareness, they can be mitigated. You have seen, you are aware of this recent flooding of a river in Uttarakhand near Chamoli, and the major damage that happened to NTPC power projects. Some landslide took place and hit the hanging glacier, and then flooding of the Ganga took place. These are all the issues where a geologist advises, offers his expert suggestion to the policy makers. Geologist also to act like a doctor, not in the strict sense. So here there are geogenic hazards problem. Some rocks are enriched with some elements, cause some diseases. Here again, the geoscientist takes up studies, identifies it. Problems like dental and skeletal porous, iodine deficiency disorders, trace element imbalances, arsenic contamination like in Purulia district of West Bengal, lead contamination study in food was studied by the GSI in Kolkata. It was published. It was in news. Like this, many domains. A geoscientist of GSI is also there in geothermal studies, identifying the geothermal springs, monitoring them, and with the ultimate goal of tapping the geothermal energy. Tatapani geothermal resource is the one is expected to be coming into limelight with the power generation if everything goes well. Geoscientist is also there in the polar studies, like in icy continents like Antarctica, in such a difficult terrains, studying the ice deposition, the thickness, the geology, and the study of glaciers in the Himalayan valley, which is vital for the Indian Army guarding India, because of whom we are so safe and sleeping comfortably. Geoscientist plays a vital role again in identifying the geoheritage sites and preservation of the natural and historical monuments. GSI identified so many fossil parks, geological monuments, and maintenance of heritage sites like Ajanta, Ellora caves. GSI played a very key role. And the government gets the revenue out of all these heritage sites and monuments. And maintenance is easy for the geologist. It's because we know with what geological material that monument is built, is constructed. So that knowledge of geology is vital. Geoscientists in the global collaboration and assistance program, we need to go out to the underdeveloped countries and extend our helping hand as a big brother in different domains. Yes, GSI is ready, always in the forefront. And the geoscientists in search of concealed mineral deposits. Here comes the geophysics playing a very important role as an important tool for targeting concealed deposits when integrated with the geology. Various surveys like magnetic resistivity, EM, IP, they are deployed as per the requirements. That is the mineral commodity specific. And these geophysical surveys include both the land and aerial surveys. And instruments are fitted on board for marine surveys, in the search for minerals in the seabed. Aerial surveys are utilized for rapid scan of the mineral potential areas to be followed by the ground surveys in detail. And GSI also involves in the treasure hunt studies. Recently, southern region, with the help of DGS instruments supplied by the northern region, has taken up the treasure hunt studies in the old fort in Kurnool district of Andhra Pradesh. The digging revealed ammunition, silver, coins, plates, and then ram grass. Due to some reasons, they have stopped the digging. This is where the GSI geoscientist, like a great soldier of the Indian Army, is in the forefront. Any call, he is there. Geoscientists in the national pan-India programs like National Geochemical Mapping, National Geophysical Mapping. The another part of this geoscience is the chemistry, geochemist. A chemist approached from the university. Joining the GSI need to understand the analysis of earth materials and transform himself as a geochemist. Precision and dedication in analysis plays a very pivotal and crucial role in assessing the mineral potential of terrain, toxicity of affected soils. And GSI is equipped with advanced instruments like ICP-MS, ICPS, XRD, XRF. On joining, Training Institute orient the freshers as suiting to the requirement. Geoscientist as a paleontologist, geoscientist as a lab expert in petrology, in mineral physics, in geochronology, in gemology, offering the technical consultancy. Geoscientist ultimately, whatever the data acquired, processed, and he needs to share with end users, with the stakeholders, ultimately for the benefit of the nation. Geoscientist as a training and capacity building. You are seeing now what the efforts made by the C.H. Rao, DDC and HOD Training Institute, and his team of officials, ably supported by Mr. Biswajit, Dr. Biswas, and another young officials, for conducting this type of excellent variation, first of its kind, on such mammoth scale, covering entire India from Jammu, Kashmir, far south, including Andaman and Nicobar Islands. GSI-TI stands unique in offering the largest number of trainings in India free of cost, catering to the students. Motto of excellent sharing. TI has selected international courses, high-tech courses, 23 such courses, drawing the geoscientists from 71 countries with 316 participants, and anonymous courses with the collaboration of ISRO, 32 such courses benefiting 529 participants. Applause to GSI-TI. And at the end, the integrated approach is the need of the hour, meeting the ever-growing demands and consonance with the nation's call of self-reliance. A geologist, a geophysicist, a geochemist have to work hand in hand with a wonderful team spirit for the best output. Let me congratulate all the aspirants for choosing the geoscience as your career. Take the combined geosciences exam in all good spirits. Wish you all the best. Thank you all, and thank GSI-TI once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Please.
So, thank you, respected. Thank you, respected Shri N. Kutum Rao, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Retired Director General GSI. May I request?
I request you. Say vote of thanks to Kutum Rao Garu, sir. Please, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible, sir.
Taking the privilege to offer from of our heart serious gratitude to the most loved and the General of Geological Survey of India, in Kutum Rao, sir. We are privileged. I hope all the participants to have you interacting with digital media. Put forward before us the role of a geoscientist in sustaining growth of a civilization. Sir has also put forward before us the task in the basket of a geoscientists. This as a prelude of our program, taking this as a motivational one for all the aspirants who want to have successfully pass this combined geoscientific exam. Your word of encouragement, your word of motivation will go in long way forward to the career growth of each and every participant, including us. You will be interacting with us as we'll come forward, as and when we plead before you to mentor us, to mentor all the person in need, so that all person live with prosperity and tranquility. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind and gracious presence and giving us also the motivation in taking forward this today's program. Thank you, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Kutumrao Sab. In fact, he is our mentor, and we follow his suggestions and guidelines. Whenever we require, he always comes forward to offer his suggestions and guidelines. And I profusely thank on behalf of Ender GSITI to Sri N. Kutumrao Sab, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
What we read?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. With our sincerest and deepest gratitude towards Sri N. Kutumrao sir for sparing time to share his knowledge and his wisdom with the participant trainees, we will now move on to the next session on the agenda. We will have an e-session on effective preparation for general awareness, which has become a part of the preliminary examination. So, let us start with the session on effective preparation, before which I will be discussing about the plan of the examination. Allow me.
Before your comments, Nidhi, let me take the opportunity to remind all our esteemed participants. Some of you may be having this course from the luxury of your bedroom, maybe from the drawing room. Have the attire and posture and composure that is like of a classroom. Please mind it that the entire country, the entire nation is looking at us. We must behave with proper dignity. Thank you, Nidhi. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So this was from respected Sri Bishwajit Gangopadhyay sir, Deputy Director General for RTD and FTC. It is requested all the participants. I want the plan of the examination before I go ahead with the effective preparation for general studies. Allow me just 1 minute to start sharing the content. Thank you. The content is now becoming visible on your screens. Few moments. And we'll be discussing about the entire plan of examination for the UPSC combined geoscientist examination. It is just coming. So now I hope the presentation is visible on your screens. We are discussing regarding the effective preparation for the combined geoscientist examination to all the participants for responding. Express our sincerest gratitude towards the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, respected Director General Geological Survey of India, respected Additional Director General and Training Manager, Geological Survey of India, and respected Head Mission 5, GSI Training Institute, to help in conducting this particular virtual interactive session. Let's start. First part of this session, in which the objectives are to make the participants be aware regarding the plan of the examination. We are supposed to provide guidance regarding the entire plan of the examination, regarding the syllabus and the focus areas for preparation. We will discuss about the study and the reference material, and we will also give certain tips for smart preparation for this particular examination. This particular session will be divided into two parts. Part 1, I will discuss in detail about the examination pattern, the eligibility, and the selection criteria. In part 2, the discussion will be regarding preparation for general studies. Part 2 will be divided into 8 different modules. Module 1 will deal with introduction to the general studies syllabus. Module 2 will deal with the specific subject, that is the first one, the current events of national and international importance. Module 3 will deal with history of India and Indian national movement part of the general studies syllabus. Module 4 will focus on the Indian and the world geography component. Module 5 will discuss on Indian polity and governance aspects. Module 6 will be on economic and social development. Module 7 will deal with certain general issues on environmental ecology, biodiversity, and climate change. Module 8 will talk about general science. Then we have interaction with the participants. May I request the participants to kindly be on mute, because it will cause echo. All the participants, please be on mute. Thank you.
If the participants do not meet, we will have no other alternative to close it.
Yes, sir.
No other alternative to close the session.
Yes.
For a few, we cannot be for the others. Bound to force, rather force to keep you out who are not unmuting.
Thank you. The Union Public Service Commission or UPSC conducts a combined geoscientist examination for recruitment and selection to the post of geologist, geophysicist, and chemist in Group A services in Geological Survey of India. For the junior hydrogeologist of Group A, for the Central Groundwater Board, the selection is based on a competitive examination which will be held in 3 stages. The preliminary examination, which is going to be the stage 1. The mains examination, which is the stage 2, and the personality test, or popularly known as interview session, will be conducted as per the revised scheme, which is in function from 2020 onwards. Admission at all the stages of the examination will be purely provisional, subject that the candidates will satisfy the prescribed eligibility conditions. Let us come to part 1 of the plan of the examination. The part 1 or stage 1 of the combined geoscientist preliminary examination is going to be a computer-based objective paper. It will consist of 400 marks. Paper 1 will be related to general studies. The duration is 2 hours and the maximum marks for this paper are 100. Paper 2 will be as per the stream-wise subject, which again is of 2 hours duration. However, the maximum marks are 300. Therefore, the candidates may kindly note that they have more marks. They have more marks for the subject. The stream-wise subjects will be for geology and hydrogeology for stream 1. For stream 2, it is the geophysics. For stream 3, it is chemistry. May I request the participants to kindly make a note of the fact that there will be negative marking for any wrong answers provided in the preliminary multiple objective type test. Therefore, 1/3 of the marks which have been allotted to a particular question will be deducted as a penalty if a wrong answer is provided. Therefore, I request the participants to kindly ensure that you are very much in cognizance of the correct answer before you pen down your choice. Because for unanswered questions, there will not be any penalty. Therefore, if you are not sure about the answer and you are also not able to work upon the elimination technique, which I will talk about later, to deduct the right answer, instead of getting a penalty of negative mark, it would be wise not to answer a particular question if you are not aware of the correct answer. Let us now move on to stage 2 of the combined geoscientist examination mains part. This particular part will be of conventional subjective paper. There are going to be 3 papers of 200 marks each. Therefore, the combined marks will be 600. Paper 1, paper 2 and paper 3, all the 3 subject papers will be of 3 hours duration and 200 marks each. Stream 1 will be of geology and hydrogeology. Stream 2 will be of geophysics papers. And for stream 3, the participants will be appearing for the chemistry papers. Therefore, this particular mains written examination is extremely important because it also has a larger share of marks to ensure that the candidate enters the final merit list. The participants must give due consideration and preparation for the mains subjective examination, for which they must go for a thorough study. The stage 3 of the examination is the personality test or interview. The marks allotted for this is 200. Needless to say, this is also an extremely important part to ensure your grading in the final merit list tally. Definitely please make sure that the marks which you get in the interview session will determine your ranking in the UPSC combined geoscientist examination merit list. And this seniority of your merit position will be there throughout your career in Geological Survey of India or Central Groundwater Board. So kindly ensure that you go thoroughly prepared for your personality test or interview. Let us now discuss about the eligibility criteria for appearing in this examination. The nationality of the candidate is the first criteria. The candidate must either be a bona fide citizen of India. He may also be a subject of Nepal, Bhutan, or a Tibetan refugee who has come to India before the 1st January 1962 and has an intention of permanently settling in India. Some other persons who are also allowed include a person of Indian origin. Please take a note, a person of Indian origin who has migrated from either Pakistan, Burma, Sri Lanka, East African countries like Kenya, Uganda, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, Malawi, Zaire, Ethiopia or Vietnam, again with the intention of permanently settling in India. So if you have this eligibility criteria, you are allowed to appear for the examination. Regarding the eligibility conditions relating to the age limit, let me ensure that for age limit for the geologist and the hydrogeologist paper who are appearing for this particular post, for the geophysicist and the chemist in group A, you will be required to attain the age of 21 years, but not that of 32 years as on the 1st of January, say 2021, if the examination is being conducted, or whatever is the year of the examination, accordingly, for that particular year of examination, the candidate must have attained the age of 21 years and not have attained the age of 22 years, that is 21 to 31, you will be eligible to appear for the examination. However, certain relaxation is also granted. For example, in the case of ex-servicemen or candidates belonging to the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe as mentioned in the constitution list, 5 years age relaxation is granted. For candidates belonging to the backward class, that is OBC category, 3 years age relaxation is allowed. For any members of the deaf, mute, blind or orthopedically disabled category in the physically handicapped category, 10 years of age relaxation is allowed. Please note, the number of attempts is not limited. The age is here the important criteria. Regarding the educational qualifications, for geologists in Group A in GSI, the candidates must have a master's degree in geological science, geology, applied geology or geoexploration, mineral exploration, engineering geology, earth sciences, marine geology, oceanography, coastal area studies, geological technology, petroleum geosciences or exploration or geophysical technology, any of the geology and the allied subjects from a recognized university. For posting to junior hydrogeologist scientist B post in Central Groundwater Board, the candidate must possess a master's degree in geology, applied geology or marine geology from a recognized university. When you appear for the preliminary or stage 1 examination, only the candidates who will qualify this stage will be eligible to write the mains or stage 2 examination. Please make a note that the candidates which are called for the mains examination will be around 6 to 7 times of the number of vacancies for that particular post in that specific year. So in whichever year, as the number of posts are there, 6 to 7 times of that post, the candidates who qualify the preliminary examination will be asked to appear for the mains examination. Again, in order to qualify in the written examination, a candidate must secure the minimum qualifying marks which have been allocated for each paper. They must also secure the total marks which should be more than the cutoff which has been decided for that particular paper on that particular aspect. The candidates who qualify the mains examination will then be allowed to appear for the interview. The final merit list which will be prepared will be a combined effort which the candidate has put in the preliminary mains as well as the interview part of the examination. Therefore, it is extremely important that you put in your best efforts and give your best shot at the preliminary examination, because the marks will be counted for determining the position in the merit list. Give your best shot at the written stage 2 mains examination as well as the interview or personality test. This will ensure your success, and I am sure that you will come out with flying colors in this UPSC combined geoscientist examination. With this, we have completed part 1 of this session, which was dealing with the plan of the examination and the eligibility criteria which is required to appear for this particular examination. We will now go ahead and prepare and see how we can go for the effective preparation for the general studies paper. In this context, we will be having a particular session which is exclusively dedicated to the preparation of general studies. The learning objectives for this session are to provide guidance regarding the syllabus and the focus areas for general studies preparation. The study and the reference material which are required for all the 7 topics which are mentioned in the general studies paper. We will also have certain tips for GS preparation. Here, may I require that candidates pay adequate attention to all the aspects which are of utmost importance to ensure a leverage as far as the preparation for general studies is concerned. We make a note that candidates will be available for appearing for this general studies paper, and they need to ensure getting more marks than their counterparts so that they have a success ratio. So here we will be going ahead and we will be studying as to how you can get a distinct advantage for preparation, and this will ensure that you have a better mark scoring capacity as compared to other candidates. So let us now start one by one. The first aspect will be to get introduced to the general studies paper, the syllabus part. In the syllabus, it is mentioned that one must be aware about the current events which have national as well as international importance in the scenario. One must be thorough with the history of India and specifically the Indian national movement, which was to attain the freedom for India. A candidate should have knowledge for the Indian as well as world geography as far as the in India.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
A moment, please. Just give me a second, sir. Is it fine now, sir? Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for responding. Shilpa, Sonam, Gaurav, Ashok. Thank you all. Thank you all. So let us start ahead. Yeah, so I was talking about the Constitution of India. As expected from an educated person who has not made a special study of political science subject, but being educated, responsible citizen of a democratic country, the largest democracy in the world, he or she should have a specific knowledge about the political system, the Panchayati Raj, the various public policies which are prepared from time to time by the government of India for the benefit of the people, the rights of the people, and of course their duties also. The next expectancy of the commission is that one should be thorough with the economic and social development aspects of the country. Therefore, the various economical, the challenges being faced by the Indian economy, the coping measures, the strides, the success, and various schemes in the social development sector, they should be taken care of. General issues on environmental ecology, biodiversity, climate change, greenhouse gases, chlorofluorocarbons, ozone holes, all these kind of general environmental issues a person should be aware of. And of course, general science. You should be aware of the basic principles of physics, mathematics, biology, chemistry, the latest inventions, the latest discoveries in the field of scientific technology development. So you should be thorough with all these aspects. Once we are aware of the syllabus of general studies, let us now take each topic in much more detail one by one. So first is the current events of national and international importance. These current events are I will give certain suggestions and provide guidance as to how one can prepare for the general studies paper. However, the material which is available for the preparation of general studies in the market is quite exhaustive and also easily available. So there will not be much problem as far as the general studies for current events preparation is concerned. If a candidate follows the advice of reading a minimum of 2 national dailies, especially the editorial part in which all the important national and international events are discussed in a threadbare manner. They are discussed from the perspectives of a particular nation as well as the impact on the international community. Therefore, reading 2 national newspapers daily, especially the editorials, for example, the Hindu, the Indian Express, Times of India, whatever you are reading, whatever you are comfortable, a newspaper which covers both the national as well as the international news segment, including the sports component, the awards, can be taken up. Also, you are required to listen news on television channels or some mobile apps. Therefore, whenever you are listening to news channels or having or reading the news on your apps, it will keep you abreast of all the development. Are available easily. As I already said, the exhaustive coverage is taken in a number of publications, but for suggested limited reading, I may suggest Lucent General Knowledge Book, as I have shown here. May I suggest Health Publication General Knowledge Book? So you can take any one of them, and it will definitely give an exhaustive coverage for the major current events of national and international events. Certain current affair magazines which are available easily, you can subscribe to them. For example, the Chronicle or the Pratiyogita Darpan. You can also go for regional language magazines. If you are working in some other language, then definitely you can take the Hindi version of them or the Tamil or the Telugu. So these are some good magazines and reference books which can be used for preparing for the current events which have cast an important influence on the past year for which the questions will be asked. Then there are certain online sources. This Lucent General Knowledge Book you need not purchase. It's not required. The same book is available as a free PDF download. So you can just go to Lucent General Knowledge sslive.co.in and you will be able to download the book and you can read it. So it's not required to spend a lot. You can simply, just download the book and read it. I will request the participants to practice mock test on current affairs. And you can go to www.edudos.com or CrackU app or ExamVeda app. And these will give you certain, questions like MCQ types. And these you can try to practice on and off on a monthly basis so that you keep yourself abreast of the latest events. Now, once we have understood about the various segments where you can study and the kind of reference material online as well as offline you can have, let us have a look at some of the sample questions which can be asked from this segment and see how we will be able to tackle them. And these are some of the sample questions. For example, Surya Kiran is a joint military exercise between the militaries of India and. So you need to have a thorough reading of the newspaper to understand that India conducted a joint military exercise with Nepal, which was named as Surya Kiran. So another question, for example, these are the sample questions which have been taken from the UPSC Combined Geoscientist Examination of 2020 and 2021, which was conducted recently. So the Indian Astronomical Union has named an asteroid after the singer. What is that singer? So you have options, and it is in fact Pandit Jasraj, after whose name it has come. So these kind of news, they keep on coming in the newspaper, and they'll also be available in the magazines, current affairs and GK book. Football team of which country was defeated by the Indian team to win the South Asian Football Federation Under-18 Championship? And who is the first woman officer of the Indian Air Force to be appointed as the flight commander? So you should know that Shalisa Dhami is to grace the honor. So these are the kind of questions you expect. Coming to the second part, that is history of India and the Indian national movement. So when we're talking about history of India, see, as an educated Indian, it's extremely important that you make note of the fact that we must be aware of our proud and rich our history, and especially the freedom struggle of India in the which is covered in the Indian national movement part. So for the history, you must be, aware of the entire ancient history of India, starting from the Indus Valley civilization, all the Mauryan Empire, Gupta Empire, all ancient stuff with the literature also, who wrote them. The medieval history of India with the Mughals, you should have a thorough knowledge of the medieval history. I would suggest to give a good focus on the administrative developments in India during the British period from 1650 to 1857, that is pre the 1857 rebellion, or as somebody calls it, as the first war of Indian independence. So before that, how the administrative development was there, and after 1857 rebellion, when the British Crown took over the administration from the East India Company, for the developments later on. So the entire national movement from 1800 culminating in the final freedom of our great country, that is in 1947, the entire Indian national movement, the various administrative laws and developments, and especially, post 1919, the freedom movement, the struggle, the various movements which were taken up under the able guidance of the father of the nation, respected Shri Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. And there are a number of frequently FAQ, I mean the frequently asked questions from 1919 to 1947 part of the Indian national struggle. And for this part, you can definitely make a study from the NCERT textbooks. Now, let me repeat this. I will be telling this repeatedly, that the NCERT books from the 9th to the 12th standard are the basic reference material where you are supposed to make a study. For NCERT, specifically, if you talk about national movement part, class 12 modern India book jo hai, that is very good to help you in these last three parts, 1800 to 1947, the latest part of the freedom struggle. It is good. So kindly make a thorough study of the NCERT textbooks from 9 to 12. This is your basic material. It will prepare a foundation. Now, based on this foundation, you can keep on developing your skills, your information, your knowledge. If you want to do further studies, if you want to do further study on a specific aspect, then you can go for India's Struggle for Independence by Bipin Chandra. It's an excellent book. You can go for the Spectrum book for a brief history of modern India by Rajiv Ahir. This will help you to give more insight into the intricacies of the various, the movements taken up by the Indian National Congress during the freedom struggle, the various sessions of the Indian National Congress, and what were the main objectives, the main resolutions passed in those sessions. These are also extremely important. Now let us have a look at some of the questions which may be asked in this segment. For example, you can have some questions from the ancient history part, like life-size terracotta images of Ganga and Yamuna from 300 to 600 AD have been found at. So you have certain options. It's actually Achi Chhatra in Uttar Pradesh. Which group is known as the No Changer? Because when the Congress decided to contest elections for entry into the Legislative Council, then there were certain leaders under Mahatma Gandhi who were saying that, okay, let us not enter into the Legislative Council because still the Britishers are ruling the country. So who are known as the No Changers? Then, as I said, the sessions of the Indian National Congress, the Lahore session, which was held in 1929, is famous for what? So the sessions of the Indian National Congress, the location and the resolution passed, these are also very important segments. So here, actually, it was 1929 Lahore session. They adopted the Purna Swaraj as the objective of the Congress. So this was a resolution. Then in the medieval history, so you see that you have ancient history questions, medieval history questions, then Indian national movement and freedom struggle questions. So there will be a combination of questions. So let us look at this one. Jahangir got impressed by the Turkish fluency of which European traveler and made him a Mansabdar of 400 Savar. So it was William Hawkins who was very fluent in Turkish. So Jahangir was really impressed. So these are the kind of things. Sometimes the questions may be such that you may not be quite aware of many of them, but okay. Nevertheless, you should be aware of the general parts of the history, especially the national movement. Now coming to the Indian and world geography part. See, geography is going to be of specific importance because you are appearing for a combined geoscientist examination. So definitely you expect that not sensu stricto geology, but nevertheless, the Indian and the world geography will be given due importance. So yes, definitely एक important aspect रहेगा आपके preparation का, where you are required to have a thorough understanding. So definitely you make arrangements for a proper study of this. So talking about the Indian and the world geography, you should be aware of the Indian geography, the physiographic divisions, the political divisions, the states, the important cities, their importance, the economic importance, the social development sector, the social demography of India and also of the world, the physical divisions of India and that of the world, the important rivers, lakes, mountain chains, specific interest of geographic locations, the geomorphology, the economic geography. So all these are going to be of specific importance. Sometimes the certain questions regarding the origin of the earth, the universe, the specific structure of the earth, the internal structure of the earth, the various parts, the discontinuities, the occurrence of certain elements in specific layers of the earth's interior. So all these kind of questions are asked as far as the geography is concerned. The reference material which you can use, definitely the NCERT textbooks from 9th to 11th are going to form the basis. May I request the participants to be on mute, please? We are getting a lot of background sound. Thank you so much for responding. So, as I said, the NCERT textbooks from 9 to 12 are going to find the foundation. It is your foundation for particular study. And on this foundation, you will be building up the further reference material if you are using. So you can have this. Let us go to some of the sample questions for the Indian geography. A spit can be defined as, and there are certain, so it is basically a definition linked question. So a spit can be defined as a beach of sand which is linked at one end to the land and it is just extending into the sea. Which of the following states does not share boundary with Chhattisgarh? So this particular kind of question involves that you should be thorough with the map of India, especially the political map of India where the state boundaries are marked. So this will help you to understand Chhattisgarh is not in proximity and it is not sharing boundary with which particular Indian state. Which of the following statement about Marajo Island is not correct? So Marajo Island is one of the largest fluvial island which is located in Brazil in the Amazon River. So here, see, one place you are having some geomorphology question, physical geography, geomorphology. At here you are having a question related to Indian geography. Now this is a representative question related to world geography. In world geography, you know, Marajo Island, if you are aware of it, then you will understand to answer this question. Now, supposing you have a question on which Asian country is characterized by negative population growth. So here again, it is talking about the demography. So the demography, the social setup, the economic development, the physical, part of the Indian and world geography, the geomorphological aspects, like you have a very good book by Shravendra Singh, so you can study that also for detail. But nevertheless, the NCERT text of geography from 9 to 12 is good enough to answer the geomorphological Indian and world geography questions. Let us come to another part, that is Indian polity and governance. So as I said, being a proud citizen of one of the world's largest democracy and a center of continuous political developments, where all the sessions and the parliament sessions are recorded, they are of great interest. So being a part of that country, it's imperative that you make a thorough study of the entire political system which governs our country and how this particular governance is put into effect. The pillars of democracy in India run by the Constitution of India. So you should have an information on this part. Let us see in more detail. You should give special focus on certain segments of Indian polity. For example, Indian Parliament. So you should know the composition of the Parliament, and you should know how and what functions are performed by the different components of the Indian Parliament, what are the various rights and duties, and what are the main functional parameters as to which the segregation of the central subjects, the state subjects are decided as per the list of subjects mentioned in the Indian Constitution. Coming to public policy. See, public policy is something which, you know, keeps on changing as the governments change. They have their own particular important agenda and prerogatives. They have their vision, how to develop the country, to take the country to which level, what will be the direction of development, what will be the priority areas, how to ensure the well-being and goodness, how to ensure the success of democratic institutions, how to ensure the well-being, safety, health, security, prosperity of the citizens of India. So you should be aware about the public policies which are brought out by the government from time to time. The Panchayati Raj institution is a very unique and very important pillar, I should say, on which the success of a peaceful countryside, the success of peaceful resolution and proper development for the Gram Panchayats and Gram Sabha taking an active part in it, the proper development of the village people of India is concerned. And that is where the real India lives. The real India lives in the villages of India. And the maximum population is in the villages of India. The requirement for development, the requirement for carrying out government policies to ensure that the benefits of governance reach to the last and the every citizen, the lowest in the hierarchy, to every person in the remotest place in India. It may be the remote terrains of Ladakh and Northeast. It may be the forest inhabited by certain tribes. It may be a very remote village which has yet to get connected with the internet revolution or a proper road. It has to reach to the last person. Panchayati Raj institutions are instrumental in taking the policies from New Delhi to the remotest village in India, and definitely these are very important part of the questions. The Constitution of India is another important part, the solemn book by which the Indian democracy is run, according to which the governance is carried out in the country. And certain important segments are the fundamental rights of the citizens of India, the directive principles of state policy as to how the state has to function as a welfare state, ensuring prosperity, well-being, and development of citizens of India in social, moral, economic spheres, taking due care of the development of art, culture, and heritage, very rich heritage of India. The fundamental duties which are required to be performed by the citizens of India. For this, again, I would recommend NCERT books from 9th to 12th level for polity. If you want to go for further studies, you can study a book by M. Lakshmikant on Indian polity. So, you know, Indian polity by M. Lakshmikant, Parliament by Subhash Kashyap, our Parliament by Subhash Kashyap, and M. Lakshmikant on Indian polity. Then the Constitution of India by P.M. Bakshi. These are some of the books you can refer if you want to have more in-depth understanding and study regarding the Indian polity part. May I request the participants to please put it on mute. Thank you. So, P.M. Bakshi, Constitution of India, Indian Polity by M. Lakshmikant, and Our Parliament by Subhash Kashyap. These latest editions, these are very good if you want an in-depth study, provided you have the time. Otherwise, NCERT textbooks are the very basic books. They can definitely be utilized. Let us see some of the sample questions. Which of the following articles of Indian Constitution deals with Uniform Civil Code? So since the Uniform Civil Code, why it should be implemented, whether it should be implemented, this all is in news. So you expect a question. So please remember that the questions on Indian polity, Indian history, geography, world geography are also related to certain news headlines, certain events, certain things which have been recently discussed, and that's why they have come into limelight, and therefore they are given due importance. And this is the reason that you have this question in your paper. So even the history and the political science questions can be related to current events. Another question, which committee on Panchayati Raj recommended a two-tier system of Panchayati Raj? So initially it was the Balwant Rai Mehta committee who gave a three-tier system, and then later on the Ashok Mehta committee recommended a two-tier system. So you have to be aware of the various developments in Panchayati Raj. Another question is, who determines if a particular subject matter is under which residuary power of the parliament? So actually you have the entire list of subjects which can be taken up by the center and by the states, and there are certain subjects which may not be there mentioned in the list, and it will be the Supreme Court of India who will be deciding as to who will be having the residuary power regarding that particular subject. Another question is, who among the following appoints the Advocate General for a state? So if you know the various constitution posts and who appoints them, then accordingly you will be aware that the governor of the state is responsible for deputing and getting the appointment of the Advocate General for that particular state. If you are aware of the constitution, if you are aware of various articles, the developments in the Panchayati Raj, if you are aware of the functions of the parliament and the constitutional post and commissions like the election commission, then the posts like the advocate general, the attorney general, the comptroller and auditor general, or the CAG as we usually call it. So if you are aware of this, you will be able to successfully answer the questions in Indian polity. Now we'll come to the economic and social development. In economic and social development part, we have to be aware and about the economic development of the country which has taken place, and how the various social sector schemes are put by the government of India, for which segment they are required, and how they can be taken up for a proper understanding and for proper development of the citizens of India. Economic and social development, the entire concept of sustainable development, where you ensure development of economy along with providing jobs to the needy people and ensuring due respect to the ecology, the environmental considerations, the poverty issues, the inclusion, bringing all the communities for the development, the demographics and the social sector initiatives, you should take care. For this, you can refer to Hindu. There is a special coverage on economic policies and social issues in the Hindu newspaper. In the Economic Times, you will have special focus on the economics of whatever is up to date. Then economic survey which is published every year will give you a glimpse of the current scenario and the status of the economy of India. There are two magazines which are published, Kurukshetra and Yojana. These Kurukshetra and Yojana magazines, which I have shown here on the screen, and the economic survey I have shown here. So economic survey and Kurukshetra, they will help you to get a glimpse of the various social sector initiative schemes by the government of India. So these social welfare schemes you should have a thorough knowledge, so that you are in a better position to understand the various social sector initiatives for the welfare of the people, whether the government of India is fulfilling its role as a welfare state. Let us see some of the questions which can be asked. Which of the is not true about Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana? So again, this is dealing with the social sector scheme. Then centrally sponsored scheme Bharat is a national health insurance system for what sector of people? So if you have read about the scheme on the Yojana, or even in the newspaper, you'll know it is for the poor and the vulnerable sections. The program of Swachh Bharat mission is implemented by which ministry? Is meant for which segments? So it is the unorganized work. So these kind of questions, the schemes, the economic position. May I request the participants to be on mute, please? May I request?
Please follow the minimum guidelines. Bhagat Mallikarjuna, please mute.
Thank you.
Mallikarjuna, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So now let us come to the general issues on environment, ecology, biodiversity, and climate change. So in this, you can expect topics like environmental pollution issues, the concepts of ecology, food chain, and niche, the biodiversity, the distinct flora and fauna which occupy specific climatic zones, the tundra zone, the taiga zone, the tropical zone, the permafrost regions, what is the distinct flora and fauna, the conservation of natural resources, certain endangered species, sanctuaries, where are they located, national parks, location, then the issues concerning global warming and climate change, and the greenhouse effect. So these are the major segments from which the questions on environment, biodiversity and climate change are generally asked. So again, I would be referring to the NCERT text. Certain where are the parks, these topics and the issues and the 14, 15 and 16. So again, with chapters, environmental issues. So these are the chapters which are very good. And apart from this, if you are going through Lucent or Arihant General Knowledge Book, they have a comprehensive coverage on the ecology and biodiversity chapters. So you can go through them. Let us have a look at some of the sample questions which we can expect. For example, thermal pollution is what kind of an issue, whether it is an atmospheric warming or heat waves or heat trapped in the atmosphere. So you have certain options, and if you know what thermal pollution is, you'll be able to answer it correctly into the atmosphere or ocean. Then another question is like, which one among the following is true about the ozone hole? So definitely ozone hole is the loss of the stratospheric ozone over Antarctica. The depletion is concentrated. So you can see this is coming in both in 2020, 21. The ozone hole question is being repeated. So, whatever is there in the current events, whatever parts of ecology, environmental issues, biodiversity issues are there in current are also asked in the section on environmental geology and ecology. So which of the following ecosystem has the highest net primary productivity? So this is all available in NCERT textbooks. Once you have a basic knowledge of the environmental problems and the eco zones into which the world has been divided, you are successfully able to answer that it is the rainforest which are having the highest net primary productivity. Coming to the last segment, which is science and technology, I would recommend that you of the scientific discoveries, the Nobel Awards, in which field they have been given. So that will also be a part of the current, and it will also be a part of the certain science questions. You should know about the advanced technology innovations which are in place. Apart from that, the fundamental concepts of physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics should also be known to the participants. So here also in this segment, whatever are the latest innovations, whatever segment or aspect of any particular scientific principle has been in place in the recent year, has been in news in the recent year, that particular aspect will definitely be asked, will be related somehow to those principles which have been in news. So reference your NCERT textbooks from of science from 9 to 12. And if you are referring to Lucent, you have a free download PDF of Lucent available, or Spectrum. Then they have a very good general science segment in which the fundamental concepts of all the branches of science have been covered. In Hindu newspaper, you have a specific segment of science and technology. So that will keep you abreast of the latest concepts of science which are being in use for new innovative technology. So let us see some of the sample questions. For example, a chemosynthetic bacteria found in submarine volcano vents is feeding on. So there are options, and you know it's hydrogen sulfide, which basic physics increases with increase in the length of the pendulum. Tincture of iodine, so you have something related to chemistry. And then what is not true regarding infrared radiation? Infrared radiation के बारे में क्या सच नहीं है? So these kind of questions, so some basic concepts of physics, chemistry and biology and some latest innovations is something which you can expect in the science. And if you have read about the electromagnetic spectrum and infrared radiations, then you will know the correct answer. So if you are thorough with the subject, definitely these questions can be easily answered. As a summary of whatever we have discussed from the beginning of the general study preparation session, I would say that kindly practice mock test and multiple choice questions from the GK books, which I have told. The magazines like Chronicle are also publishing a lot of questions, and you have the previous year question papers of general studies, also of the combined geoscientist examination, also of any other examination. So you can practice from them, keep abreast of the current events, work on both speed and accuracy so that you are able to finish the paper on time. Go through the entire question paper first so that you are able to understand how much of the questions you are familiar with the answer. Carefully read all the options because you have negative marking. Then you can discuss about the elimination technique. If there are 4 options, if you don't know which one is correct, you at least know which is not correct. So if you are able to eliminate 3 options out of 4, then obviously the 4th one is the correct one. And keep the negative marking in mind. Therefore, please ensure that if you are not, knowing the correct answer, please do not go for, outright guesswork. Try to make an intelligent, informed, factual selection of the right answer. Thank you. With this, I would like to end the session. As far as my discussion part for this is concerned. So I just hope this particular session and suggestions regarding preparation of general study will be useful to the participants in cracking the exam. Thank you so much.
You can take up a few questions.
Yes, sir, I was. So thank you so much for listening attentively. May I request the participants, if you have any particular query related to this part, I can take a few questions. And we will also be having a dedicated interactive session tomorrow. So later on also, if you want, either just now or later on, I welcome the participants with your queries, which I will be ready to answer. I must thank all the participants, in fact, for your patience and attention.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I have one question. Ma'am, ma'am, we have to go through the old NCERT or the new NCERT. There is a confusion. Means I have gone through many
I know.
suggestions.
I got your. Yes, I got your point, sir. Thank you so much for asking, because it will be the same for all the participants. So, Amanji, I also have the same opinion. As far as the facts are concerned, they have been dealt in a more thorough manner and in a more in-depth manner in old editions of NCERT. However, when you're talking about, because it depends on subjects, when you're talking about subjects like science, where a lot of information is required in the latest aspect, okay, then if you talk about social development, if you talk about human geography, if you talk about economic geography, if you talk about the latest political changes which have taken place, so these kind of latest updates, you have to refer the latest NCERT text because they are updated. Now, if you talk about history of India, now history is something which remains same. Only the expression may change. So the expression is more in-depth, it is more detailed in the old text because they are, as you can see, they have dealt with each topic in an in-depth and more thorough manner. There is more elaboration on every topic. And that is the reason many of the people suggest that especially for India and ancient history and medieval history and also the national freedom struggle, try to go for the old text because they are more elaborate. And therefore, I will suggest that for the subjects like science and human geography and political science, try to give the new one. For history, you can go for the old one. I hope you are satisfied, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. And means that for the dynamic topic, we have to go through for the new books, and the static part, we need to stick to the old ones. Okay. And one more question, ma'am. Regarding the current affairs, means if I'm going to give the exam on 2022, means then from when, ma'am, I need to start the preparing for the current affairs if I'm going to give the exam next year.
Again, I would say, if you talk about history, if you talk about certain aspects of geography, like physiography, geomorphology, physical divisions of the country, of the world, rivers, lakes, you know, all these kind of things, then that will be the same. But definitely the current events are more focused on the previous year. For example, if you're appearing in 2022, right? 2022, if you're appearing. So the entire events from January 21 up to your exam in 22 will be the focus area from which the current events will be asked mostly. But it's not, you know, you cannot make a general statement regarding this. The reason being is, it is up to the paper setter. We can only talk about the trend. So the point is that regarding history, basic concepts of science, the basic geography, the basic constitution of India, the political system, the various commissions, all this will remain static. So you can start preparing. The current events, definitely it's not that they will not ask, because the trend is that because up to today, the current event has already been asked in this recent combined geoscientist examination. So you generally expect the current event of the previous 1 year will be more in focus, I'm saying. And only for the current section. The rest you have to be thorough. So there is nothing like they cannot ask you something about the past Olympic Games. They can definitely ask you. But for the current event section, it will be restricted to 1 year. I hope it is answered, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi. I think we can take one more question and then we'll check our decision.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes,
My
sir.
name is Shivashish. I'm from Kolkata. Ma'am, am I audible?
Please go ahead, sir. Yes.
Ma'am, my question is that in the preliminary examination, is there a separate cutoff for the general studies paper like we see in the civil service paper 2, or the cutoff is made by adding either of the papers, 100 plus 300?
Here, as per the notification of the examination is concerned, they have said that they have a cutoff for each paper. So let us expect that there will definitely be some cutoff for the general studies paper also as per the notification. Okay, and see, every year, for example, the notification which is presently available is for 2021 examination. So now for the next year, like supposing if the notification comes out of 2022 examination, again they will mention. So this is definitely mentioned, and one needs to thoroughly go through the advertisement which the UPSC gives in the announcement for a particular examination, in which they clearly mention. They will not mention what the cutoff is, but they will definitely mention that what kind of pattern they will follow for the selection. So the selection criteria which I have shared now is based on the notification for 2021 examination, and for 2022 examination, again the commission will publish a selection criteria, and we have to keep ourselves abreast of the latest announcements and if there are any changes that need to be taken care of. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi, for a wonderful session. I think we can take a quick biological break and back maybe within 5 minutes, where yes, we are ending this particular session. Yes, please, quick questions we can take.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I am from Kolkata. I would like to say that is there any free archive for the books or anything else?
Archive.
Pre-archive.
Yes, archive of the books.
Archive of the books.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, actually, that I think it's better that if you go for go for the books either online, or if you are having those books purchased, and I think you need to have a collection of them on your own if you want to study. Because the reference material, especially for the current, will keep on changing, as I said, and the NCERTs have also been revised. So I think you should go for this particular aspect, keeping it in mind, rather than going for a pre-archive of that. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you,
Hello,
Nidhi. Thank you.
Sir, I have a single question.
Have an interactive session, sir. Can we take it?
We'll take it in the, yes, as you have rightly pointed out, we have a interactive session tomorrow afternoon, where all the newly joined officers of GSI will be answering the question along with our faculty members. Nidhi ma'am will be also there. So we'll clear all your doubts. Keep your questions ready for tomorrow's session. In meanwhile, we'll sharply join within 3 minutes with our chemistry team who have joined, recently cleared UPSC 2019, and will be sharing the technical details, especially required for preparation of the chemistry paper. Please be online and come back within 2 minutes. In the meanwhile, I request our officers from chemistry stream, Mr. Costa Bhajra, Miss Pranamita, Miss Nayanika, Mr. I'm forgetting his name. Excuse me. Sorry for that. Be online. Be ready. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
We'll start within a couple of minutes.
When will
Asking when the geology session starts?
Yes, sir.
Geology session will start in the afternoon. We have two distinguished speakers from 3 to 3:30 and 3:30 to 4. After that, geology will start. And tomorrow morning we'll be having a detailed discussion on geophysics, and followed by again a detailed discussion by Nidhi Madam on how to prepare for the exam, especially the mains part. And then there will be interactive session on one of the interviewer who happened to be in the interview board of UPSC for a couple of years. So he will be telling his perception as an interviewer, and then followed by we'll have the 12 officers who have recently cleared the UPSC, and will be taking your questions. You can interact with them maybe in group. So Kaustubh, let me introduce your team. Here you can see on the screen Mr. Kaustubh Hazra. Now, along with him, Kaustubh, can you share your PPT screen?
Yeah, sure.
Along with him is joined by Ms. Pranamita, Ms. Nanika, and Mr. Chirojyoti Guha. So you can see them immediately. And they will talk about the preparation for the prelims and mains of the chemistry paper that you have. I'm already confirmed somebody is reaffirming it whether geology session time in afternoon. Sorry, I cannot give you exact time in the geology session because after the distinguished speaker finish their session, we'll start the geology session. You have the 4 speakers, the 4 toppers of UPSC 2019 batch for the chemistry stream, Mr. Kaustubh Hazra, Ms. Pranamita Mukherjee, Ms. Nanika Bandabadda, and Mr. Chirojyoti Guha, who will be sharing their tidbits on how to prepare for the exam soon. Now over to you, Kaustubh. Please share your PPT. Bring it to PPT mode and your session starts now. And you can take your questions maybe after a certain break of time. Okay, please go ahead. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kaustubh Hazra, a chemist in the Geological Survey of India. And today I, along with 3 of my fellow colleagues, Pranamita Mukherjee, Nanika Bandabadda, and Chirojyoti Guha, will be sharing with you our experience of preparing for the combined geoscientist examination. Now, the participants must be aware of the fact that the discipline of chemistry is broadly divided into 4 subdisciplines, namely that of inorganic, physical, analytical, and organic. Each one of us will be taking you through the preparation of one of these sections. I'll be talking about how to effectively prepare for the inorganic chemistry portion, and my fellow colleagues would be taking up the other sessions. So let us start the discussion on how to prepare for inorganic chemistry. Now, from 2020 onwards, there's been a change in the examination pattern. There's an additional prelims paper to be qualified before proceeding to the mains paper. In the prelims, it consists of 100 marks of general studies, the preparation for which has been beautifully discussed by Nidhi Mishra ma'am. And there's an additional chemistry paper in the MCQ format for the prelims. And as for the mains, there are 3 papers, each of 200 marks, of which I'll be talking about the preparation for paper 1 only, that is inorganic chemistry. So I'll be discussing with you how to effectively prepare for the inorganic part for both the prelims and mains. Now, as for the format of the prelims paper, for the chemistry paper, there are 120 questions to be answered in 2 hours. About 1/3 of the questions are from inorganic chemistry. Now, what I've done here is I have jotted down the important topics chapter-wise to be given importance for prelims, and these questions have been jotted down, keeping in mind the trend seen in other national level exams in the MCQ format, like the CSIR NET exam or GET exams. So let us start the topic-wise discussion. So the first important topic for the prelims is the topic of chemical periodicity. Now, the following topics from this chapter are to be given special importance. The first topic is the electronic configuration of the elements. Now, special emphasis should be given on electronic configurations that flout the Aufbau principle. For example, the configuration of copper or the configuration of chromium. The next important topic from this chapter is the wave function of hydrogen atom and its dependence on the different quantum numbers. Again, another important topic, which is the most important topic for this chapter, is the trend in the physical and chemical properties, like trend in ionization potential, atomic sizes, trend in the
affinity, etc. Another important topic is the nature of oxides, whether they are acidic or basic from this chapter. Now, every once in a while, they also ask questions to check how up to date you are with the recent advances in the field. For example, one of the years they asked the name of the heaviest element of the periodic table. Now, such questions are rare, but it is good to be thorough with these topics as well. Now, as for the preparation of this portion, I have mostly consulted for the basics part, the book by A.K. Dash, volume 1. It covers the chapter in great detail. Another book that I've consulted is the book by D.M.P. Mingos, Essential Trends in Inorganic Chemistry. As for the MCQ portion, I've mostly consulted the book by Arihant and Upkars for the CSIR net preparation. Now, one suggestion from me would be when you are preparing for prelims, since you have to prepare for a lot of topics in a very short amount of time, these MCQ books, they come with short notes on the topic-wise, on the chapter-wise topics for each chapter. So going through those notes help you to get a hang of the subject in a short period of time, which I find really helpful when you are preparing for the prelims. The next important chapter for prelims is the chemical bonding and structure. This chapter is broadly sectioned into three major portions: ionic bonding, covalent bonding, and coordinate bonding. The portion of from the portion of ionic bonding, the portion of radius ratio rule, and what kind of radius ratio gives rise to what kind of coordination. Such questions can be expected. Another important topic from this chapter is the color due to lattice defect. From the covalent bonding portion, which is a broader portion to be covered, Fajans rule and its applications, like arranging carbonates in terms of their thermal stability, such questions can be expected. Also expected the molecular structures based on reactive model. Now, while answering these questions, you won't have enough time to work out the structures from first principle. So it is suggested that you should practice as many MCQs on these topics as possible, so that the moment you see the structure, see the molecule, the structure pops up in your head. Another important topic is the nature of hybridization of different compounds and bond length related to it. From the MO theory portion, questions are expected on the order of bond order, like arranging a number of compounds in the increasing or decreasing order of bond order. Questions from resonance, like how many resonating structures are possible for a given compound. These are also expected. From the coordinate bonding portion, questions are expected, like you'll be asked to identify which compound is a high spin complex and which one is a low spin complex based on the ligand type and the charge on the metal ion. Questions from VBT, like identifying inner orbital complex, outer orbital complex, their mode of hybridization and their structures. These are also expected. You can be told to calculate the spin-only magnetic moment value for complexes. Such questions are again expected. UPSC nomenclature of coordinate compound, that is another important topic from here. You should be thorough with the different types of common ligands and their densitities, because questions can be asked. A number of ligands can be given and their densitities could be asked. Questions from geometrical and optical isomerism, questions can be asked, like how many geometrical isomers are possible for a given complex. As for the optical isomerism portion, which compound is optically active, which one is not, such questions are again expected. As for the preparation of the foundations, I've mostly consulted the book by J.D. Lee, because it comes with these three portions in three separate chapters. It covers the topic in great detail. As for the MCQ, I'll refer to the same two books as I mentioned before. The next important topic for prelims is the topic of acids and bases. Mostly numericals are expected from this particular topic. Numerical based on Oswald dilution law, based on buffer solutions and finding out their pH. Based on pK of weak acids, such questions are expected. As for the trend related questions, you will be asked to arrange a number of aqua acid in increasing or decreasing acidic strength. You'll be asked to arrange a number of hydroxide in increasing or decreasing order of basic strength. Such questions are expected. Order related questions also might come, like arranging the molecules in terms of the Lewis acidity, Lewis basicity. These are also expected. As for the numericals, I have mostly practiced from the book Analytical Chemistry by Gary D. Christian, because there each topic is dealt with a number of numericals, which would not only clear your concepts, you might even find some of the numericals in common in the question papers. As for the MCQ, I would refer to the same two books. The last chapter in the prelims is the quantitative inorganic analysis. Again, it's a numerical based chapter. Different forms of concentration like normality, molality, and their interrelation. You should be thorough with them. Numericals might come from these portions. Another important portion from this chapter is the acid-base titration and their suitable choice of indicators. That is also expected. Now, now as for the materials that I have consulted for this portion. Now, as for the numericals related to normality, molality, any standard class 2 level book would do. Like one book I have mentioned here is the book by Kale Chug, ISC Chemistry. That comes with a lot of numericals on the matter. Now, the more you practice the numericals, the more you can remember the formulas so that you won't have to derive them while doing such numericals because you won't have enough time during the exam. As for the acid-base titration and their types of indicators, this particular portion has been thoroughly covered in the book by R.T. Sarkar, Volume 1, and also in the book by Gary D. Christian. As for the MCQ, I would refer to the same two books. Now, these are some of the tips that are to be taken note of while appearing for prelims. You have to practice as many mock tests as possible in a time-bound manner. Then only you could improve on your speed. Again, while doing the numericals, you have to keep the formulas on your fingertips because you won't have enough time to derive those formulas. While practicing numericals, also keep in mind of the accuracy and try to avoid silly mistakes like unit conversions and all. Also try to glance through the question paper once before starting to attempt, because what you need to do is to separate the formula-based questions from the reaction-based questions, because the reaction-based questions, you would anyway have to work out the mechanism sometimes, so you would need more time in attempting them. So first be thorough with the formula-based questions and be done with them, and then only you start attempting the reaction-based questions. So these would be my tips for prelims. Now I'll start the tips for the preparation of mains. So again, in paper 1, inorganic chemistry, I've jotted down the chapter-wise most important topics. Again, these have been jotted down based on a survey of previous year examination paper. The first chapter is solids. From solids, descriptive questions are expected from the portion of band theory, like distinguishing between conductor, semiconductor, and insulator. It is good to supplement your answers with clean MO diagrams leading to the band diagrams. Another hot topic from this particular chapter is the framework structure, like silicates, phosphates, aluminophosphates, etc. Almost every alternate year questions are asked from this particular portion. While answering these questions, try to supplement each structure of a silicate or a phosphate with proper diagrams and with proper mineralogical examples. Short questions can be asked from the portion of spinels, like you could be asked to identify between normal and inverted spinel based on crystal field theory. Then you have to augment your answers with proper calculations of octahedral site stabilization energy and related things. And the last important topic in this chapter is the stoichiometric and non-stoichiometric defects. Again, broad questions are expected from this portion. Try to supplement answers with proper diagrams and proper examples. As for the preparation of this portion, I have mostly consulted two books, Concepts and Models of Inorganic Chemistry by Douglas, McDaniel, and Alexander. The band theory portion and the solids portion, like the framework structure portions, are dealt in two separate chapters in this particular book. They have also been discussed in great detail in the book by A.K. Dash. The volume 3 discusses the band theory portion, volume 2 discusses the framework structures, spinels, and the defects portion. The next important topic, the most voluminous topic of the mains portion is coordination chemistry. Naturally, a lot of questions are to be expected from this portion. The first important topic from this portion is the types of ligands. Try to draw diagrams of the complexes involving major ligands, because such questions are asked almost every year. Another important topic is kinetic stability and inertness. Both short and broad questions are expected. From the short questions, you will be given a number of complexes and you'll be asked which one is kinetically stable, which one is kinetically inert. Try to supplement those questions while you are explaining them on the basis of CFT. Try to supplement them with clean CFT diagrams. Calculation of CFS is another portion. Questions are asked in almost every alternate year from this portion. From the reaction mechanism portion, trans effect is one important topic. Broad questions are expected. Try to divide your answer into like definition of trans effect, followed by the theories of trans effect, and followed by examples. While giving the example, the stereoselective preparation of cis or trans isomer based on trans effect, such examples would be effective. The IUPAC nomenclature portion and the geometrical isomerism portion are again to be given importance as well in the mains as in the prelims. Term symbols is another portion that is to be given special importance. While working out the term symbol, try to supplement your answers with clean box diagrams. Jahn-Teller effect, both short and broad questions are expected. Short questions are expected from excited state Jahn-Teller effect, like based on Jahn-Teller effect, comment on the stability of stability constant of Pillet complexes. Such questions are expected. Again, short questions are expected from the application of VBT to coordination complexes, like based on the magnetic moment data, try to comment on the structure and coordination number of certain complexes. Short questions are again expected from the portion of square planar complexes. Like you could be asked that why most of the tetracoordinated complex of palladium and platinum are square planar, but that of nickel are tetrahedral. Such questions are expected. Short questions are asked from Warner's theory. These are straightforward questions. Try to make them point-wise so that the answer look more attractive. Short questions and broad questions are expected from charge transfer portion. Try to supplement your answer with clear LMCT, MLCT, MO diagrams, and numericals from Orgel diagram. These are also expected. Now, as for the preparation for this particular portion, I have mostly consulted the book by Ajay Kumar, Coordination Chemistry. For the MO diagram portion, that is charge transfer Orgel diagram portion, this portion is beautifully explained in the book by Meisler and Tarr. The next topic for mains is acid-base titration. Again, you will be asked to draw the titration curves of most of the standard acids and bases and their choices of indicator. Now, while answering these questions, while you are drawing, say, the pH versus volume of strong base added, such plots, now try to calculate pH at representative points in the plot, and then only you plot them on the diagram that you are supplementing your answer with, because then only the diagram would have a solid theoretical foundation. Now, such treatment of these kind of questions you would obviously find in the book by Vogel, textbook of quantitative chemical analysis. The book also comes with a lot of examples, because you will find in the syllabus that principle or determination of carbonates and bicarbonates, such topics are to be covered. Vogel's book comes with a lot of examples on this particular portion, so I would refer that. The next portion is gravimetric analysis. Mostly numericals are expected from the solubility product part. As for the theory part of this portion, co-precipitation, post-precipitation, these portions are to be thoroughly covered. As for the examples of gravimetric estimation of some important elements, again, Vogel's book would come in handy because it comes with a lot of such examples. For the theory portion, co-precipitation, post-precipitation, you will find them in great detail in the book Fundamentals of Analytical Chemistry by Skoog. And I have mostly practiced solubility product related numericals from the book by A.K. Dash, Volume 3. The next portion is redox titration. Here, Nernst equation and related numericals is the most important portion. You could consult any standard physical chemistry textbook for this particular portion. Another theoretical portion from here, that is to be covered is disproportionation and comproportionation reaction. Try to supplement your answer with suitable Latimer diagram, Frost diagram, Courbet diagrams, such things. Now you would also have to practice balancing redox reaction in ion electron method. Try to practice them from any standard +2 level book because they come with a lot of example. And this particular portion is very important because questions are expected in almost every alternate year. And another portion you have to be thorough with is a portion of dichromatometry, permanganometry, and a portion of iodometry and iodometry. Now, as for the last three portions, the different type of titrations, I've mostly consulted the Vogel's textbook. ISC Chemistry by Kailchuk, I've mostly consulted for the numericals related to non-stick equation and also the reaction, balancing the reaction in ion electron method. So these are mostly the books that I have consulted. The next topic is complexometric titration. We'll be asked questions on the three different types of EDTA titration. Mostly broad questions are expected. Questions are expected on masking and demasking agents and their importance in complexometric titration. Questions are expected on metal ion indicators, and a lot of applications related questions are expected, like hardness of water determination by complexometric titration. One book that I have shown by for this particular portion is again the Vogel's textbook, because that comes with a lot of examples on complexometric titration. That would help you a lot, in my opinion, during the preparation. The next chapter is organometallic compound. Short questions like finding number of metal-metal bonds in a polynuclear complex based on 18 electron rule and effective atomic number rule. Such questions are expected. From the broad questions, different organometallic compound, their structure and bonding, like ferrocene Zeise's salt, like preparation and structure of metal carbonyl nitrosyls. These are expected. Again, reaction-oriented questions like hydrogenation of alkene by Wilkinson's catalyst. These are also expected. While answering reaction-based questions, try to supplement them with a clear reaction mechanism. As for preparation of this portion, I've mostly consulted the book by B.D. Gupta and A.J. Elias. The portion of structure of metal clusters that I have mostly consulted from the book Inorganic Chemistry by Purcell and Coates. The next important topic is nuclear chemistry. Questions from here are broadly divided into two sections, either numerical based or descriptive based. Numerical based questions can be from mass defect and binding energy related to decay kinetics and finding out age of a piece of wood, such questions. And descriptive questions like the different binding model, like the liquid drop model or the nuclear shell model, or a nuclear radiation, their detection in Geiger-Müller counter. Such questions are expected. While answering descriptive questions, especially the instrumental technique related question, try to supplement them with clear block diagrams. Now, I would suggest from this portion, try to avoid the descriptive questions, try to attempt as many numericals as possible, because the descriptive question would be one big 15-mark or 10-mark question, which wouldn't fetch you that much marks, rather than numericals would fetch you good marks. As for the books that I've consulted for this particular portion, I've mostly consulted the book by A.K. Dash, Volume 1. This is the most thorough book on the subject. The last most important topic for mains in inorganic chemistry is the chemistry of D and F block element. Now try to attempt as many questions as possible from this portion, because these are rather scoring portions, because a 15-mark question might be composed of several 3-mark questions from this particular portion. So these questions are always better to attempt. Now questions are expected from calculation of magnetic moment of lanthanide based on spin orbit coupling based on J values. Questions are expected from lanthanide contraction and its consequences, or from the separation of lanthanides by ion exchange methods, spectra of lanthanides. Such questions are expected. As for the basics of this part, I have mostly consulted Concise Inorganic Chemistry by JDB. Another book that I've consulted is Chemistry of the Elements by Greenwood and Onshaw, and the book by DMP Mingos, Essential Trends in Inorganic Chemistry. These three books covered this topic in great detail. So that actually sums up my discussion for the preparation of inorganic chemistry portion. The next portion, paper 2, physical chemistry, would be taken up by my fellow colleague, Pranamita Mukherjee. But before that, I welcome comments and questions from the participants. And thank you all for your kind cooperation and patient listening. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kuslendra.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Can
yes, I can hear.
Can you please tell which book we should follow for nuclear chemistry part? Once again, I missed that.
Okay, nuclear chemistry part. I have mostly consulted the book by A.K. Dash, Volume 1. That is readily available in the e-commerce websites. You will find it.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, if there is no more questions, then I welcome my fellow colleague Pranamita to start discussing on the preparation for paper 2 in organic chemistry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaustav, for such a wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. Like my colleague just now introduced, I am Pranamita Mukherjee, currently undergoing training at the GSITI Hyderabad. So 2 years back, I was on the other side, and I would love to share my experiences with all of you regarding the preparation for the physical chemistry paper. Now, let me begin with the prelims part. So, which is the new addition to the examination. Now, since the prelims have been held for only 1 year, here I'll be focusing more on a general term, keeping in mind the questions that have been asked from these topics in the subjective part. One point to remember here is while you're studying for prelims, pay close attention to the minute points which we generally ignore while we are studying for a subjective based examination. Now, as far as the syllabus goes, there are 4 chapters in the prelims. As far as physical chemistry is concerned, the first topic is kinetic theory and gaseous state, where the focus for prelims will be more on the kinetic theory and the ideal gas part. So some of the topics that I felt were important from this part are here as follows in the slide. Firstly, study the different velocities, especially namely the average velocity, root mean square velocity, and most probable velocity, and practice associated numerical problems with it. Also, I'll be discussing more on this front in the upcoming slides regarding where you can practice such type of numerical problems. The next important topic is the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution for both velocity as well as kinetic energy. Practice the graphs based on it and especially how they change with variation in temperature as well as in mass. Also practice numerical problems which are mostly formula based on the different gas laws like Boyle's law, Charles' law, and Avogadro's law. The next topic is chemical thermodynamics and chemical equilibrium. Now, this is a very important topic as far as prelims goes, and you can expect around 5 to 6 questions on an average from this topic. So for the prelims part, we have first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics according to the syllabus. Here, study the Carnot cycle in detail, especially practice numerical based on the efficiency of Carnot cycle. Also practice the different forms of relation between Cp and Cv and the different forms of Maxwell relations. It should be on your fingertips so that you don't have to derive them on the examination hall, and that will save you a lot of time. One thing to remember here is be careful while choosing your options here, because especially for Maxwell relations, the options are usually very similar. Like they could give you the same partial derivative, only changing from like constant pressure to constant volume. So be careful with that. Study the Joule-Thomson experiment in details, keeping in mind the isoenthalpic nature and the numerical problems based on Joule-Thomson coefficient. Also practice the different relations between temperature, volume, and pressure during an adiabatic expansion process. The next topic is colligative properties, which is solely for prelims. You won't find this chapter in the mains part. So practice topics based on keeping that in mind. Here, practice numericals based on different colligative properties, namely loading of vapor pressure, elevation in boiling point, depression and melting point, and osmotic pressure. Also, in the old pattern of examination, numerical questions have been asked almost every alternate year on Van't Hoff factor and degree of ionization. So practice numericals based on those as well. The last topic for prelims, as far as physical chemistry is concerned, is electrochemistry. Namely, the conductance part is only there for prelims. So a common question here you can encounter is where you need to find a molar conductance of a weak electrolyte, where a molar conductance of strong electrolyte will be given based on the principle of Paul-Rush's law. Also read about the variation of molar conductance with dilution and also how it differs for a strong electrolyte as compared to that of a weak electrolyte. Practice numericals based on transfer number, namely from the moving boundary method and Hittorf method. Also practice numericals based on cell constant, specific conductance, and molar conductance. So these are usually easy and will fetch you good marks, but be careful about the unit conversions involved in this numericals. So that is the tricky part during those while solving such type of numericals. Now, coming to books. So regarding books, I believe you can read from any book you are more comfortable with. Different authors have their different style of writing, and it is normal to like one style more than the other. Some of the books that I had referred to are shown here. So Puri Sharma and Pathania is written in a concise manner, which will be good for the prelims perspective. While Kale Kapoor and Rishikesh Chatterjee, these books delve into greater details and will be good for understanding the concepts. Atkins Physical Chemistry is another book that is beautifully written, and you can refer to that as well. I had also referred to my class 12 chemistry book, that is by Kale Chuk, to revise the basics. So you can refer to your respective class 12 books to revise the foundation part before starting your prelims preparation. Now, moving on to the mains paper, which is of 200 marks. So according to my opinion, this paper is a highly scoring one, because if you see from the last 5 to 6 years papers, around 50 to 60 marks are directly derivation based, while 60 to 70 marks are numerical based. So these are like the low hanging fruits in the paper. Be thoroughly prepared with the derivations from any standard textbook. And next target is the numerical problems. Again, practice as many problems as possible, as that will give you an idea of the different types of problems that could be asked and how to tackle them. Refer to the previous year's CSIR NET and GET papers, as that will give you a hang of what type of questions could be asked from these respective topics. Also, there are certain books from where you can practice numericals. So in the slide, I have mentioned 3 books. The last one by Amolendu Ghoshal also has some short questions, which will be good for you for the prelims perspective as well. Moving on to chapter-wise discussion. First chapter is kinetic theory and gaseous state, but unlike the prelims, here the focus will be more on the real gas part. Now, from the study of last 5-6 years papers, I have seen that usually derivations and related theory questions are more commonly asked from this topic. Like, for example, if question is asked from the virial equation of state, questions are generally asked about the significance of coefficients, especially if the second coefficient is asked. Also, similarly, questions are asked about the van der Waals equation of state. Here, they could ask about the significance and units of A and B, which are the constants for the van der Waals equation of state. Another question that you can encounter is regarding the derivations of critical constants and reaching to the reduced equation of state from there. Now study the PV isotherms here, especially Andrews experiment in details. Also practice the compressibility factor and how the graphs change for a real gas as compared to that of an ideal gas. Practice numericals from the chapter, as these are more straightforward and you can score high marks from here. So these are some of the books that I had referred to for this part. Especially PC Rakshit is a good book to refer for this part. So what I did was I made a, sorry, if you could just mute your mic, all the participants. So what I used to do is I used to make a cumulative note from all the referred sources, so that before the exam, I didn't have to open the book again. I had a note from all the 4 referred sources for this chapter especially. Next is chemical thermodynamics. So this is an important topic for mains, as on an average, you can expect around 30 to 40 marks from this topic. So for the mains here, the focus will be more on the chemical equilibrium part. So practice derivations, especially like that of Gibbs-Duhem equation, as that has been asked before. Also study the part on equilibrium constant in details, like there could be questions on the dependence of Kp on temperature and pressure, relations between the different forms of equilibrium constant and their associated numericals. Also, another frequently encountered question here is where you are told to find the ionic strength of a given electrolyte based on the principle of Debye-Huckel limiting law. So these are some of the books that I had referred to for this part, especially Physical Chemistry Volume 2 and Volume 3 of Kale Kapoor. You can choose any one according to your convenience. For the electrochemistry part, so most of the topics are now under prelims and very few topics are remaining for mains. So I would recommend like practice and be thorough with all of these topics, as this is a comparatively high scoring part. Practice derivations of Nernst equation for a given electrolyte. Study the potentiometric titration curves in details related to acid-base, redox titration, and precipitation titration. Concentration cell is another important topic here for both the theory as well as for the numerical perspective. You will see problems where half cell reactions will be given and you need to find the EMF, equilibrium constant, or the solubility product as the question may demand. So these are some of the books that I had referred to for the electrochemistry part. I would like to specially mention the book Introduction to Electrochemistry by Samuel Glaston. But one thing to keep in mind is you don't have to read the entire book. You can just make concise notes of the relevant portions. Chemical kinetics and catalysis is one of the most important topic again, as far as mains is concerned. So if you're really confident with this topic, you can easily score 20 to 30 marks just from this topic alone. Practice and be very confident with the derivations of rate constant for all like opposing type, parallel type of reaction and consecutive reactions. Also practice derivations of rate constant and half-life for different orders, namely 0th order, first order, and second order. For the catalysis part, practice differences between the different types of adsorption. Derivation related to Langmuir adsorption isotherm can also come. Also, like one frequently asked numerical type of question here is where activation energy of a catalyzed reaction and a non-catalyzed reaction will be given, and you need to find the rate difference based on it. Certain formula-based numericals are also asked based on rate constants. So these are some of the books, these are some of the books that I had referred to. KJ Later's Chemical Kinetics is a really good book for this part. You can use it to supplement your notes. Quantum chemistry is another topic, and this forms the trickier part of the exam. Here, the types of questions are really varied, and I would advise practice as many types of numerical problems as you can. So here I have given some representative examples based on previous year question papers. Like operator could be asked, and you could be given some wave functions, and you need to choose its eigenfunction from the given wave functions. Practice the derivation of Bohr's angular momentum postulate, as that has been asked before. Also, numerical based on commutator and hydrogen spectrum could be asked, so practice them as well. Also practice numericals based on the degeneracy of a one-dimensional box as well as that of a three-dimensional box. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is another significant topic here. So as far as the books goes, Levine's quantum chemistry is a good option for this particular section. You can practice this chapter from this book. The next topic is basic principles and applications of spectroscopy. Be thorough with the concept of spin-spin coupling and coupling constant related to one proton NMR. Commonly encountered question here is finding the vibrational modes in a given molecule. So carbon dioxide itself has been asked a number of times, so practice that. Also, certain reasoning-based questions based on NMR could be asked. For example, you could be given two molecules and you need to differentiate between them based on the NMR peaks. Also, you could be given a set of compounds and you need to arrange them in the increasing order of chemical shape. So practice such type of questions as well. From the numerical perspective, usually numericals related to vibrational and rotational spectra are asked. So practice those as well. Now for the book, I feel only one book will suffice for this part, as concepts are beautifully illustrated in this book, Fundamentals of Molecular Spectroscopy by C.N. Manuel. I had referred to this book while I was preparing for the examination. But for practicing NMR-based reasoning problems, I had referred to Claydon, which is an organic textbook. You can refer to any organic textbook you are more comfortable with. The last two chapters as far as mains preparation goes are solids and photochemistry. So not many questions come from this part, but I would still suggest not to avoid these topics, as these are comparatively easier topics and questions are relatively straightforward. Like from solid, questions could be asked where you are given a type of unit cell, be it simple cubic, body-centered cubic, or face-centered cubic, and you will be asked to find the number of particles per unit cell. Also, interplanar distance and density are some of the hot topics from which numericals are framed from here. So I would recommend keep your sources limited as far as these two chapters goes. So you can refer to Physical Chemistry Volume 1 by Kale Kapoor for the solid part. And last but not the least, we have photochemistry. Again, though relatively less questions are asked from here, those are usually direct questions regarding the different processes like fluorescence, phosphorescence, internal conversion, and intersystem crossing. So I would recommend supplement this type of questions with Jablonski diagram wherever possible. Study about the photosynthesized reaction and quantum yield, as questions are generally asked from the same. For the sources, you can refer to the following books. So Physical Chemistry, Volume 5 by K.L. Kapoor is a good source for this. So with this, I come to the end of discussion for the physical chemistry part. I would like to end by saying, so all of us will be sharing our journeys. Please find whatever works best for you. So with this, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce my fellow colleague, Nainika Bandhopadhyay, who will be sharing her experiences regarding the analytical chemistry part. Before that, if any of you would like to ask me any questions regarding the preparation for physical chemistry part, please feel free to do so. Thank you for patiently listening. So if you all don't have any questions, I would pass the mic to my fellow colleague. And if you all think of any other questions, you all can ask us during the next interactive session tomorrow. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Nainika Bandhopadhyay. Today I will be discussing about the part 3A or analytical chemistry portion of the syllabus. So before I get into the detailed discussion about the topics and the books associated with the topics, let me discuss about the subtle differences, I would say, this portion of the syllabus has with the other three portions, that is the physical, organic, and inorganic portions of the entire syllabus. So first things first, you will only encounter analytical chemistry questions for your mains portion of the examination, and analytical chemistry does not feature in the prelims portion of the examination. And secondly, what I felt was from my very personal experience. So during my BSc, I only encountered 150 marks paper in analytical chemistry, and then followed by MSc, I had just a few instrumental chemistry questions, or only a few portions of the syllabus that I had encountered previously. So when I sat with the syllabus after the notifications were out, I saw that there were chunks of syllabus in analytical chemistry which I had not previously encountered. So there will be a lot of things which will be new to you before when you start the preparation at the earlier stages. It will be new to you. So please be mentally prepared for that. And another part is that for the other three sections, if you go through previous year papers, you will be able to somewhat predict like what to expect, because the syllabus is already known to you. You know the breadth and depth of the syllabus. But for here, what happens is when you look at the question without thoroughly going through the syllabus, you will find things are new and unknown. So the strategy towards tackling this portion of the examination is pretty different. Here, go for syllabus coverage first, and then come back to seeing the questions. Like then you can see how much you have actually followed and materialized in completion of the syllabus. So without further ado, let's get into the details. So for the first part or the first chapter, that is errors in quantitative analysis, do something like sit with your +2 book. But for me, it was ISC Chemistry by K.L. Chugh. And then the basic concepts of normality, molarity, formality, and associated numerical problems. Just go through that once and get your basics cleared. And this book, that ISC Chemistry by K.L. Chugh, it has detailed discussions of these topics. So go through that book thoroughly and encounter all the numericals and try to solve them. And then the rest of the syllabus, it is a new addition, like concepts associated with standard deviation, precision errors, uncertainty calculations. What you will mostly find in your paper is that numerical problems based on these concepts. So for that, I would suggest Fundamentals of Analytical Chemistry by Skoog, West, Holler and Crouch, and Vogel's textbook of quantitative chemical analysis. These books, I actually swear by these two books. So these are very good. Now for chromatographic analysis, next second part of the syllabus. Here different types of chromatography and then principles of separation associated with these types of chromatography. Questions will mostly come from that. But for that, you need to study each type of chromatography in detail. Questions often come like match the following. They will give you a particular system, and they will give you a series of systems, and for which you need to undergo perform separation, and they will give you a number of topics like options of various chromatographic techniques. So you have to match a particular system with the associated technique. So for that, I think detailed knowledge about all the topics and intricacies associated with each of these techniques are very much important to know. For that, again, I went through these two books like Fundamentals of Analytical Chemistry by Skoog and Vogel's textbook of quantitative chemical analysis. And another thing that I did was I created a cumulative kind of note from these two books. So it often so happens that say gas liquid chromatography is given very well in Skoog, but ion exchange chromatography is better discussed in Vogel's textbook of quantitative chemical analysis. So what you can do is make a culmination of all these two books you do and revise that and familiarize yourself with all the concepts associated with this from your own note and repeatedly revise these notes. Then the third portion is the X-ray method of analysis. Generally, questions come from X-ray generation techniques. Then your use of X-rays as both a quantitative and qualitative tool for analysis, the instrumentation and the application. And also you can expect numericals from Bragg's law and again the principles that is associated with X-ray crystal diffraction and all. So for that, again, I went thoroughly through this chapter that is given in the book, the Principles of Instrumental Analysis, which is actually different from the previous book. So please make note of that. So if you go through the entire chapter of these Principles of Instrumental Analysis and patiently read it, line by line, you have to read the chapter and you will be able to answer most questions coming from this part of the syllabus. Now, for spectroscopic methods of analysis, this portion of the syllabus, I think it is fairly unpredictable. The only way you can tackle it is every word that is mentioned in the syllabus, make notes on the syllabus, on those topics. You can follow these 3 books that I followed and jot down the points, that is relevant points and important points, make notes and revise them from time to time. Like you can expect questions from Lambert-Beer's law and its limitations. This portion I studied from that Fundamentals of Analytical Chemistry by Skoog, and then UV visible spectroscopy, all the principle. The UV visible spectroscopy, the principle and the instrumentation that is associated with it. Again, I went through this portion from Fundamentals of Analytical Chemistry by Skoog and Principles of Instrumental Analysis. The instrumentation part is very well given in the second book, and the fundamentals of principles associated it is given in the first book. Then questions often come from flame atomic absorption and atomic emission spectroscopy. These two are very important topics, and you have to go into very detailed study of these two procedures, and questions will come from the principles associated, the interferences that you will face in each of these methods, and background corrections, the limitations that are associated with the method, where this analysis technique of analysis will fail, situations where you have to go, or why some other way of method of analysis or instrumentation technique is better suited than these two. I mean to say that for analytical chemistry, all methods of analysis that are given, make a comparative study. When you are at the end of your syllabus, you should be in a position where you can effectively compare one method of analysis with other, and if someone asks you, say I am giving you this portion, like in an application for water analysis, what I will be using, you will be able to say that this method of analysis is comparatively better than the other one. So the next part of this sorry, please wait for a minute there. Okay, thank you. For the inductively coupled plasma spectroscopy, again questions come from theory and principles, and then plasma generation, and various types of interferences like molecular interferences, isobaric interferences. And again, you have to go into the detailed advantages that are associated with ICP technique and the limitations. Like questions will come, why ICP is better for multi-elemental analysis than your FLAME AAS. So for that comparative study, for to get into that level of comparison and answer writing, what you need to do, you have to get your basics cleared for each of these associated topics. And then the final topic, that is analysis of geological materials. I find this portion of the syllabus is fairly predictable, because you can expect about 20 or 30 marks each year from this portion. So what I did, I went online, searched, and made notes from each portion that is mentioned in the syllabus, like ore estimation in bauxite, dolomite. These I can't, at least for me, I did not find any particular book that had all the topics that is mentioned in this portion of the syllabus. So I made my own notes, and they will suffice. And generally, what sources I consulted, that was Wikipedia and Chemistry LibreText. And you can, if you find better sources, go for it and make your own notes, and your notes will only suffice. So thank you. So if any of you have any questions from this portion of the syllabus, you can ask me. Otherwise, so if you have no questions, I will quickly pass over the baton to any questions? Okay, so let me hand it over to Chirajyoti Guha, who will discuss about the organic chemistry portion of the syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you, Nayanika, for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Chirajyoti Guha, chemist, currently pursuing my training program at Geological Survey of India, Hyderabad Training Institute. Based on my previous experience, I am going to discuss on the effective strategy for preparation on organic chemistry. From the previous year, as you know that the written test is divided into two segments, that is the prelims and mains. First, I shall discuss on the prelims, followed by mains. In prelims, approximately 20 questions you may expect out of 120 from organic chemistry, and all the questions are very much basic. And if anyone read textbook thoroughly, then you can able to score maximum marks out of it. The prelims are very much important because it not only helps you to be selected for the main examination, but also more and more you score in the prelims, the marks will be credited to the final result. That means it gives you an extra edge if you are able to score more and more marks in the prelims. And for organic chemistry, entire syllabus is actually divided into two parts, both for prelims and mains. First, I shall discuss on prelims. In the first segment, you are very much consist of the fundamental aspects of organic chemistry. That means resonance, hyperconcentrations, and inductive effect. From there, very basic questions are usually asked related to the stability of the molecules or intermediate. From the molecular dipole moment, acid-base aromaticity portion, very fundamental questions you may encounter, like the order of the acidity or basicity, or along the series of the compound, which one is non-aromatic or aromatic in nature, like that. The stability of the intermediate, like carbocation, carbanion, and the radical formation, stability and reactivity of it are very much important. Based on that, lots of questions are expected to be asked. And the books I would refer to read, that the Advanced Organic Chemistry by Jerry Murch, The Organic Reaction and Mechanism by Professor Nimai Tiwari. And in Nimai Tiwari, what the inter topic is discussed in the question and answer formats, so it will be helpful to you. Second topic in the stereochemistry part, very simple question used to come from the chirality, the conformational isomer, and several projection related questions you may expect. from Newman projection, flying wedge, as well as the Fisher projection. RS nomenclature determination usually asked in the examination based on CIP rule. And from the geometrical isomer that contains 2 or more CC double bond, the EZ naming may be asked from that segments, and you may follow D. Nashipuri book as your test book to solve all the problems. In aliphatic in aliphatic substitution reaction, the questions you may encounter from SN1 and SN2 reaction mechanism based, stereochemistry, solvent polarity of the medium, nucleophilicity of the nucleophile. For basic concept, you may follow T.W. Solomons, and for more application, Jerry Mertz book is really effective book to be followed. Similarly, for elimination type of reaction, human elimination reaction mechanism, stereochemistry, attacking base, leaving group, all are the very much important factors to be remembered. And the Hoffman and the Serge rule for the eliminations is also very much important topic to be noted. And for this, I would recommend you to read Clayton and Warren organic chemistry book. From addition reaction, electrophilic, nucleophilic, and radical addition reactions are very much important topic, and you may read from Norman Coxon organic chemistry book for this segment. The halogenations, nitration, Friedel-Crafts alkylation, acylation reaction for the aromatic electrophilic substitution reaction are the topics where from you may expect frequent questions. From aromatic nucleophilic substitution reaction, especially from the ipso substitution reaction, at least one questions are used to ask in every alternate year. As a textbook, you may follow Clayton and Warren, and for practice of previous year NET and GATE examination questions would be sufficient for this topic. And right now I am going to discuss on the molecular rearrangement reaction. From the molecular rearrangement reaction, mostly the tricky questions used to come based on the acid-base catalyst rearrangement reaction, mainly ring expansion or the hydride ring or hydride shift, depending upon the stability of the intermediate, or from neighboring group participation type of reaction are the most important topic. So to solve this type of question, you need to practice more and more problem, and molecular rearrangement reaction in organic synthesis written by Christian Rogers is very much important book that that you may consult. Now I am going to discuss about the main paper from organic chemistry, which is included in part 3, part B and paper 3. Firstly, the rearrangement reaction, like the Reimer-Timmer reaction that undergoes to the carbon type of intermediate, whereas for the Hoffman, Curtius, and Lawson rearrangement reaction undergoes via nitrine intermediate. For thus, any conversion based on this name reaction and their intermediate may be asked for this from this segment. And you may read Clayton Warren organic chemistry book to cover this portion. Electrophilic, nucleophilic, and free radical addition to the CC multiple bond used to come in the examination, and during the mechanism, you have to keep in mind that the overall stereochemistry change before and after the reaction should be intact. Otherwise, the erroneous result results may come, and you will find frequent questions from Diels-Alder reaction and also from polymerizations of alkene. And in order to cover the entire portion, you may read Jerry Mertz and the Principle of Organic Chemistry by Norman Coxon. Here from the name reaction part, that is the Cannizzaro aldol condensation reaction, Claisen ester condensation, benzene condensation, benzyl benzoic acid rearrangement reaction, Manic reaction, Dickman-Michael reaction, Darzen, Wittig, Neubelgel, all the name reaction are very much important, and you may expect approximately 20 marks questions from this portion, and all the questions are very much scoring. Never miss any step during the mechanism segments. And you may consult Clayton Warren as your textbook, and also you may follow the basic concept of organic chemistry written by Paula de Bruce. The selective reducing agent for a CC multiple bond and for the selective carbonyl reduction by MTV reduction or Wolff reduction are very much important segments and important reaction, and frequent questions usually asked from the Birch reduction. On the other hand, from oxidation reaction, hydration, hydroboration reaction, ozenolysis, epoxidation reaction, as well as the Sharpless epoxidation are very much important topic. And in every year, 2 to 3 questions used to come in every year. All the regioselective and chemoselective agents are need to be covered from Clayton Warren organic chemistry book, which is very much necessary for any competitive examination. Now, from electrocyclic reaction, you need to have a clear concept regarding the molecular orbital diagram. Sometimes direct question you may encounter from this portion, and moreover from the Woodward-Hoffman correlation diagram, conrotatory or disrotatory motions for ring opening and closing reaction, cycloaddition reaction, as well as the sigmatropic rearrangement are the very much important topic to be covered. The Claisen rearrangement reaction and the Cope reaction portion, some concept-based question you may encounter. From photochemical reaction like Norrish type 1 and type 2 reaction are recently included topic, thus some basic questions you may expect it from here. And I would recommend Clayton Warren as your textbook, and for your practice you may also read Photochemistry and the Pericyclic book by Singh and Singh. Now I will going to discuss on spectroscopy. First, I will discuss on infrared spectroscopy. In IR spectroscopy, you have to remember the characteristic stretching frequency of a certain group like hydroxyl group, NH, stretching frequency of carbonyl, CC multiple bond, CD bond are very much important, and the factors affecting the stretching frequencies are very much are the important topics. Sometimes a series of compound may be provided to having the different functional group or variation of ring size to find out the highest IR frequency among the molecules. From ultraviolet spectroscopy, from the topic chromophore, oxychrome, redshift, blue shift, hyperchromic effect, as well as hyperchromic effect. You may ask to define them as well as with the examples, or you may be asked to calculate lambda max value by Woodward rule. In NMR spectroscopy, you need to have a clear concept regarding the delta values of certain functional group placed in different bonding environment, and some concept-based questions is very much important from diamagnetic anisotropy. And the Mac-Lafferty rearrangement and its application part is very much important from mass spectroscopy, and sometimes organic sometimes organic structure prediction used to come based on the miscellaneous concept of all the spectroscopic technique, and this problem can be solved only by the gradual practice of several questions. I would recommend the organic spectroscopy book by written by William Kemp, an introduction to spectroscopy by Donald L. Pavia. These two books are very much effective, and that can be consulted by you. And the stereochemistry and the electrocyclic reaction, that means pericyclic reaction, photochemistry, and the spectroscopy are the main two pillars of organic chemistry for UPSC main examination, because the entire organic chemistry out of 100 marks of question, 30% question are usually set from this topic, and therefore try to practice more and more application and concept-based questions for this topic. Now I'm going to discuss the points to be remembered for the main examination. And in main examination, you may encounter 5 marks, 10 marks, as well as a 15 marks subjective question. Thus, in order to get a maximum marks, you may divide your answer into three different segments. That is introduction, body, and then conclusion. To the point answer writing is a skill that may be developed only through the gradual practice. In physical chemistry, before solving any numerical, you have to keep in mind that in which unit the questions are asked. Thus, during the unit conversion, you have to be very much careful. To make your answer more and more attractive and logical, you need to denote all the terms while writing the equations. Say for an example, the equation of ideal gas, that is PV is equal to nRT. Then you have to denote all the terms. Then it will give more clarifications of your thought regarding explanations. In organic chemistry reaction, you must not jump any steps while you are discussing the mechanism, because it is a very bad practice. In answer script, for each question, a specific space is provided. And thus, before any derivation or mechanism, first you make a rough sketch in a rough paper, and then after you become completely sure, then only derive it on the answer paper without any mistake. Please keep in mind, please keep with you a sufficient time for proper revision and for checking whether you have answered all the question or not. Thank you very much. Best of luck for your examination. And if you do have any doubt regarding my topic, you are welcome to ask me regarding that. If you do have any question, you may ask.
She may take over.
Thank participants for paying attention and listening patiently. Even now you have just from the experts and the newly joined chemist in Geological Survey of India. You can also give a thought to what they have suggested you, and in case you have any queries after thinking about how to go ahead with the preparation, we also have an interactive session tomorrow, so you can ask the queries from all the participants regarding all the sessions which will be conducted as a part of this virtual interaction. With this, we come towards the end of the discussion on how to have an effective preparation for the chemistry stream. The people who have done their masters in chemistry and allied subjects will be appearing for the UPSC combined geoscientist examination. We will have a lunch break at this point, but let me ask all the participants, definitely ensure to get connected at sharp 2:30 p.m. that we have the session on interview skills by very eminent and experienced personality, Shri PHP Raju, IPS officer, Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. He will be here to guide and suggest the participants regarding the preparation for interview. He will tell the participants how to develop the requisite skills to crack the UPSC personality test and come out with flying colors with good marks to ensure a very high position in the final merit list. So kindly ensure all the participants to please join at 2:30 sharp so that we can start with the session on interview skills.
Before you finish it off, actually, whether Pronomita is there?
Yes, sir.
Actually, you have been requested to name about the books on quantum chemistry. Someone has asked.
So the book that I had referred to was Quantum Chemistry by Levine. So I'll open the PPT, that will be more helpful. So yes, so this is the part that I was referring to. So Quantum Chemistry by Levine is a very good book. So this deals with only quantum chemistry, but all the topics you don't need for this exam specially. So you can make concise notes based on the relevant portions. Also Physical Chemistry by Atkins is a good book for the quantum chemistry part. So I think these two books will suffice for this part.
Maybe, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Pranita, so much for addressing the query which related to your topic for suggesting books for quantum chemistry. I hope it has been answered satisfactorily and you will be able to now consult the required material for preparation of the portion on quantum chemistry. So with the permission from the chair, may we break for the lunch session, sir, with a request to all the participants to kindly join sharply at 2:30 p.m. Sir, please, I request for your permission, sir.
Vikas, do you have anything to say?
Sir, yes, we are getting questions in chat box. People are asking, what's the time schedule? We have already mentioned the time schedule in the chat box. Not only that, someone has asked whether GS part has been discussed already. Yes, GS part has been discussed already, and you probably missed the best part, one of the best part. I should not say the best part, one of the best part regarding preparation of GS, because GS is something new which is coming introduced by UPSC from this year onward. Yes, please see the chat box regarding the timing of the the different session we have already discussed. Please do not repeat the same question. Go back to the chat box and see the answers. I think that's all for it now. The session is being live telecast in Facebook account. We have already shared in your email account the details of the Facebook account. Yes, we'll share with some notes after through your email. That's for sure right now. And I think we can wind up for the forenoon session, sir, if with your permission.
Yes.
So thank you, our jewels of chemistry stream, for special jewels we have from chemistry class. Thank you very much, Kaustav, Pranamita, Nayanika, and Chirojyoti for being with us and sharing your skills and detailed discussion on the the different aspect of UPSC. Yeah, as you can see, afternoon session will be on interview skill. Please join us. What's the time, Nidhi? I think they should join us by 2:30, and we'll start sharp at our esteemed speaker will join by 2:45, and once he joins, we can have our sessions. We have written it is from 1500 hours. As he joins, we'll start. So be online by 2:30.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is also mentioned in the chat box. So kindly see the chat and join at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, sir.
The call has been muted, man.
Hello. Ramesh.
Hello.
12.
எங்க
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the participants. Request of participant trainees be online training session. As soon as the esteemed faculty joins us, we have an eminent speaker. As soon as he joins us, we will be starting with the afternoon session. Preparation for interview and certain skills to qualify and secure high marks in the personality test, which is conducted as the stage 3 of the Union Public Service Commission combined geoscientist examination. Are the audio visuals clear to the participants? Is there any issue with the voice?
No, ma'am.
Get a message. Okay, thank you. Thank you for responding, Shrikant ji, Mini Kumar, Vidushi. Thank you all for responding. So I can see the number of participants is steadily increasing. Once the majority of our trainee participants join, we will be starting the e-session on preparation for interview. It will be conducted by an eminent personality, Shri GHP Raju, an officer of the IPS or Indian Police Services, Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. I will request the participants present to kindly also inform your colleagues to join the session immediately so that we can start the afternoon part of the virtual interaction on time. May I request the participants to kindly ensure they are in mute during the conduct of the e-session by our eminent speaker. And after the session, they may ask their queries, get them resolved. At time, they can put the questions in the chat. They can also unmute and ask their queries personally. However, during the session, we will request that they put their mic on mute so that the session is conducted without any hassles and the voice is clearly heard by all the participant trainees. Meanwhile, let me take this opportunity to inform the participants who have joined that we will be having an e-session on interview skills. The first eminent personality speaking will be Shri GHP Raju, IPS officer, Principal Secretary, Government of Meghalaya. The second eminent speaker will be Dr. M. Jagannath Rao, Vice Chancellor, Adhikavi Nanya University, Rajamundry. He has been member of the UPSC board and he will be sharing. So let me get back to you.
Nidhi, GHP Raj will join at 3 o'clock because some Lok Sabha speaker is visiting Shillong. So he is in the meeting.
क्या नाम है इनके, हमारे जो डीडीजी साहब हैं, आवाज आ रही है? नहीं आ रही थी, अभी आवाज आ रही है?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Raju Sabu, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm able to hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, just a couple of minutes, sir. Good afternoon, friends. Indeed, it's my pleasure and privilege to invite Shri GHP Raju Saab for this 2 days workshop on session of combined UPSC geoscientist exam. He will be dealing now how to prepare an interview, how to appear in an interview only, general. And GHP Raju Saab is presently a principal secretary government of Meghalaya. He was, for your kind information, he was the geology background, gold medalist from Andhra University, 1987 pass out from Andhra University. He was the IPS batch of 1992. Prior to principal secretary, he was the Inspector General of CRPF Chhattisgarh. Prior to this one, CRPF Southern Region. And he held the positions of Inspector General of Police, CRPF, and Deputy Director Administrative Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy, as Assistant Director and as well as Deputy Director, and Assistant Inspector General Special Expeditive Group of New Delhi. And he belongs to the Meghalaya cadre. He was the Superintendent of Police of East Khasi Hills, Superintendent Police of Jaintia Hills, Principal Police Training School Shillong, Superintendent of Police East Garo Hills, ASP East Garo Hills, and he is having a vast experience in national and international policing authority. A teacher. And all the request, I would like to invite Sri GHP Raju Saab. Please, sir, please speak, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me? Audio clear?
Yes, sir. Done.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the Geological Survey of India. I was supposed to actually join as a member of this elite organization, but I got into the civil services before that. In fact, as Venkat mentioned, he's a very dear friend of mine. We studied together in Andhra University, and many of my batchmates joined the GSI as geologists. And yes, I have decided to take the civil services as my career path. Appeared UPSC examination, and I cleared the examination in the year 1993. So before that, twice I went to the interview up to the UPSC, 89. After that, Group 1, I got into the state civil services. Then immediately I got into this through UPSC. So interview preparation is this is a very good initiative by the GSA. Thanks to the entire team who conceived this idea and giving you tips about subject preparation as well as a personality preparation. And I congratulate the entire team of the GSI who conceived this idea and making you prepare for. It's one of important organizations to join this organization. Welcome you all, and I hope my audio is clear, ma'am. Please confirm it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Thank you. Yeah. Here, the UPSC, the board members, they are very seasoned bureaucrats with a rich social background, academic background. They look from the candidate from the very first your appearance before the board. We can read our personality like a small open book. There is nothing we can hide from the board. Please remember not to hide any of our weaknesses. Having weakness is human. It's not an error. It's a personality test. These seasoned board members, they know how to read us only by our body language. How you are sitting in front of the body in a board, how you are greeting them, how you are understanding the question, how you are marshalling your thoughts before actually answering. I'm very sure UPSC encourages one more thing. In the board, you are permitted to make a notes, like I'm making a notes of what Mr. Venkat is suggesting. Now I make my own notes. Suppose you are the board. I'm in front of you. I'm ready with my pen and pencil. They keep a notepad. Or you are carrying your own original certificates. Carry a small notepad with a pencil or a pen. If the member is asking a technical question, make a note of it. Absolutely, no problem in that. It will be appreciated by the board members. Instead, before the member completes his question, we start answering. That speaks about our personality. Remember that you can't hide anything from the board members, full stop. They are very clever. I take the 3 examples of the candidates who got into the civil services by sheer their what you call the presence of mind and the dead honesty. In one case, she got All India 50. There is audio problem. Yeah. In one case, she is serving in Karnataka cadre. The members put a very tricky question. Your brother is into some scandal in the district where you are the collector. Give me what comes to your mind instantaneously, how you are going to deal with your brother. Sir, I bank on my moral fiber. That is not an orchestrated, prepared answer. It has to come genuinely from within. So the members gave her the highest marks in the interview just because of her prompt, unorchestrated, unedited answer. Sir, I bank on my moral fiber. I asked this lady, how you got that answer? I don't know, sir. But it just popped out like my mouth. When my brother is involved in a scandal in a scam where I am the district collector, I said that how are you going to deal with this? Means, sir, I leave it to my moral fiber. The moral fiber, we never prepared these answers. So those scientific questions, subject-wise questions is one thing. Whereas your personality-related questions, the second, if you are into a hobby, be sincere to that hobby. Just for the sake of interview, don't write extracurricular activities or hobby. Don't mention it. If you don't have a hobby, don't have a hobby. We are in the habit of writing to impress the board. I'm into yoga and meditation. I'm into singing. I'm into cooking. I'm into gardening. They're hobbies. The board members, they will corner a candidate whether this candidate is genuine into his or her hobby or not. Not having a hobby is not negative, but falsifying a hobby is seriously taken seriously. That is a personality. Oh, this candidate has the tendency to mislead. It's a negative mark. So before actually any extracurricular other than textual knowledge, other than the scientific knowledge, if you have any hobby, genuinely, whatever it may be sincere to that hobby. I'll give you an example. You want to take up gardening as a hobby. They will ask, what is the purpose of hobby? Why one has to have a hobby? There is no need to have a hobby. Government will not pay you any money for having a hobby. Right. So, sir, hobby has nothing to do with my profession. For example, you may writing the publishing in the scientific magazines about the geology subject is my hobby. It's not a hobby because it's your core subject. Hobby means which has nothing to do with your core subject. You're getting my point. If anyone has this hobby which has nothing to do with the geology, please honest with that hobby. Take the example of cooking. They'll ask what type of cooking, continental. What is the difference between continental and the Indian cooking? What is the difference between the Punjabi dishes as well as the South Indian dishes? Why idli and dosa sambar is very, very popular in South India? Why not in North India? We don't know. But if you are curious about the cooking as a hobby, and if you are paying attention to this type of the divergence in the country, then that clinches the interview in your favor. One question, like that lady who said, sir, I leave it to my moral fiber. That one question clinched the entire board and clinched her the interview. Hobby, I'll take one example. This girl, she got into IPS first and she wanted to appear again. In her interview, she mentioned one particular hobby, spending time with children. she mentioned that as a hobby. One board member became curious. How do you spend time with children and what do you learn from the children? It was initial 2 to 3 minutes of the interview beginning for UPSC. She said that, sir, I learned a lot of things by spending time with the children. Oh, come on. What are the things? Sir, they're working in Delhi. This girl stays with her parents in the complex. There are many maid servants staying and helping the seniors' houses. Their children, the maid servants' children, they go to the government school. Father is not there. Father is a taxi driver. Mother comes to my house to attend to the works. So who takes care of the children? There is nobody. The school teachers, the quality of education is so poor. Their health problems. There is a tacit, they don't know if a girl child is molested and she doesn't know that she is being molested by the teacher. Then how did you spend time, sir? Every day when I come back from my college, between 6 and 7 in the evening, I pulled the laborers' children, started teaching the maths and English. It's a 1 hour, free of cost. There is no charges. So sensing her sincerity towards this simple hobby, which has nothing to do with her subject, that clinched her excellent marks. Third, how the board corners you. One student who facing the interview, he got the distinction in class 10th. He got second class in intermediate. He got distinction in degree, and he got a distinction and gold medal in the post graduation. So the board chairman, surfing his biodata. Oh, you are a distinct student. You are you remained distinction throughout your academic career. The candidate remained silent. He did not say anything. There was a few seconds of silence. The candidate it's not a question to the candidate. Please note, it's not a question to the candidate. It was the chairman was reading from the biodata of the candidate. Oh, you remain distinction. You got distinction throughout your education career. Very good. This candidate got just 250 marks interview. He got 125. You know what the flaw? Sheepishly, the candidate should have said, no, sir, I'm not. I got the second class in the intermediate. Had this candidate just sheepishly, it's not the fault. They might have asked why suddenly 10th class you got distinction, then degree distinction, post-graduation distinction, gold medal. Why intermediate? There must be some reason. So that reason he perhaps might have expected. You know, the third candidate who attended the interview in the year 89, he missed the service by 1 mark. Can you believe it? Had he scored 126, he would have been the All-India service. That candidate is me. The third example is my example. The candidate who remains silent is me. Because I don't know, maybe I went blank. I didn't know how to respond. I thought he's casually mentioning, but actually he's reading my personality. My silence, had I told, sir, no, sir, my intermediate is the second class. I'm not distinction. I did not get distinction in intermediate, which is factually correct, you see in front of. How I missed it, still it happened in there. Can you imagine 89 interview? I missed. That was my first interview for the IAS exam in the UPSC. This is the second attempt I got into the service. How the presence of mind is not there like this. That's why I just want to share these 2-3 examples. See, you have to prepare. There is no coaching available for your personality. Your personality already is there. 25 years of you were brought up, your family brought up. It's a part of, it's ingrained in your personality. You have to stand in front of the mirror and say that, am I honest with my answer? It's basically general questions. It's not the technical subject. Geology subject, no, I'm not interested in that because you already mastered the subject. You already have a command over the subject. we go into deeply into your personality. You have to be very, very aware of the weaknesses. Your personality weakness means there are some cases where they have the habit of stammering. Stammering is not negative. It's not negative. There are some more candidates who remain stiff. They remain so stiff like a statue. Only his lips are like our former Pradhan Mantri ji. Only lips move. Feel normal while we are interacting, but I should not do dramatics. The body language means I should not do dramatics. My body language is basically the gestures, the hand movements, the head movements should not be out of sync with what you say. So that is your personality. It has to be trained, not this is only, we give you tips through this type of interactive sessions. Thanks to Mr. Venkat for introducing you to this type of the skills. Remember, it's a skill. What is a skill? The skill is not we are born with. It is cultivated. Always remember that. Innate talent, that's what we born with. Whereas the skill is we learn. The honeybee, the dances. Did it learn the dancing from the dancing school? No. It has carried the language of communicating with its counterpart through dance. It's innate, it's a DNA. Whereas in us, language is a skill. Presentation is a skill. The dressing is a skill. The way you put your tie is a skill. The way you do the makeup is a skill. It's all learned. So in the personality, you have to identify, that's why standing in front of the full-length mirror, how you are walking, how you are taking the seats, how is your body language, you watch yourself. That will help you a lot. And any specific question, Mr. Venkat, if it is there, I'll address. Otherwise, thank you very much for this excellent interactive session. Mr. Venkat, anything you want to ask, please, or any student which they want.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Pavni. I have a question. So, whenever we are there in an interview, and suppose there is a panel of 3 to 4 interviewers, and one of them is asking the question. So, usually I think being a candidate who is getting interviewed, we get confused that with whom we shall actually maintain the eye contact while we are answering. So, shall it be with the single person who is asking or with the complete panel?
Majority of us face these situations. Out of the 3-4 panelists, one member is asking you question, putting the question before you. So whoever puts the question, your entire attention has to go to the gentleman or lady. And you need not pay attention to other members' presence. No, not required. If A is putting a question to you, your entire attention, including making a note of the question, is focused. Attention is only on that person. Once the question is clear to you and you're ready to answer, you answer to the board, not to the individual. A put the question to you and you noted and you came up with the answer. That answer for the entire board, not to the member. I hope that I made it clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Rituparna from Kolkata. Sir, I had one question that sometimes we are at the end of the interview, we are sometimes asked that, do you have any questions for us? Or would you like to share something? So these questions, how can they be dealt tactfully at the present situation? I mean, these things have to be very prompt.
You see, one member always, especially the chairman, if he is impressed with your, if the board is impressed by your performance, they, just before your departure, they put that last question like this. You simply smile, thank you, sir. Because that is the trap. Are you having self-confidence or not? In the board's mind, you are selected, you are the material for the job. But just to unnerve you before you, even just before opening the door to go out of the room, miss, just come back. So just to make you, just to test your self-confidence. Actually, any candidate gets the question just before the departure is surely selected. Surely selected. That is the sign, because the board is so impressed with your performance. The chairman, out of his satisfaction, he wants to just anything you want to ask. That means you are selected.
Okay.
Just smile. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, sir, in those situations, we should obligely say thank you and then depart.
Exactly. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
There is nothing more to add. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Nidhi.
Sir? Sir?
Yes, sir. May I Shri Unguduru Lahiri, MSc first year student from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Hindu College, Guntur. He wanted to ask some query. Can you ask, please?
Sir, since UPSC is a one-year process, how to deal with the exam pressure?
Exam pressure is the subject or interview. If it is subject, geology will not give you any pressure. In fact, it's a cakewalk subject. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, please.
Go ahead.
Hello.
You are audible. Please ask the question.
Hello, sir. May I ask a question? Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, may I ask a question if there's time?
Yeah, may I request the participants to kindly ask question one at a time. If everybody starts speaking, it will be difficult to listen and answer. Lahari ji was asking, can you continue, please? We can hear you.
Ma'am, since UPSC is a one-year process, how to deal with the exam pressure, ma'am?
You are asking about the exam pressure. Let me
Yes,
take
sir.
let me take my example. Okay, up to 12th standard, I studied with the biology, maths, and physics. It's a combination in Andhra Pradesh. I joined Hindu College Guntur for my graduation in the BSc Geology, Chemistry, and Physics. I'm not that good at English. The first year, I by-hearted the entire subject so much. I by-hearted in the examination. I fainted in the sense that I did not write my first year exams in the first. If you look at my mark sheet, the first year is absent, all 5 papers. Because language problem. Because I mugged the subject so much, I couldn't reproduce in the exam. I tensed up. From next year onward, there is no question of memorizing. I learned the art of writing the answers while preparing for the exam. See, the more I write, the art of writing helped me in any of the examinations, including the civil service. The art writing and reading. I kept almost 1,000 white papers. If I read something, I write it immediately. I write it 2 to 3 times. So writing helped me in overcoming the stress, number one. The more I spent time in writing and writing, even copying, writing means copy. I'm copying 2-3 times. That increased my presentation. That has removed the stress, and my presentation in the examination writing becomes so natural because I'm writing. There is a fundamental difference between reading and preparation, writing and preparation. If you inculcate the habit of writing from the first day, then the stress is taken care. You will never feel stress even for the IAS examination. Mark my word, and start practicing writing and writing and writing. I'm a classic example where up to 12th standard, Telugu medium English has absolutely no command. Graduation, I scored 80% plus thanks to my writing habits. First year, I dropped all the exams, absent because of the stress, like you experienced. Second year onwards, it's not reading, it's writing and writing and writing. So writing helped me. I'm very sure it helps you also. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Bhagyashree. What skills we have to develop to clear UPSC, sir, and how to overcome interview, sir?
How to overcome interview?
How to overcome fear in the interview, sir?
Oh, interview fear.
Oh.
UPSC preparation is, one thing is, I can assure you one thing. Since 1948, the first batch of the recruitment through the Union Public Service Commission, till date, the only organization which has maintained impeccable integrity last 75 years is UPSC. There may be scandals, there may be complaints against the state public service commissions. Once the integrity of the UPSC selection process came under question. That is the greatest strength of the UPSC. That's why. Why are you worried? What are you worried about? What is that which is so fearful about the UPSC? I'm from rural background. I'm not from the English or the urban centric education. No, I'm from municipality school. That is JPH school I studied. After that, government college in Vijayawada, 11th and 12th. After that, the private Hindu college. Nowhere, if you look at my career, but the UPSC is for me, it's a hope because it is the most transparent and the integrity is impeccable organization. That has to make you very confident about yourself, about the selection process. Suppose if you go into the State Public Service Commission, money, politics, contacts, you forget about your preparation. You are worried about whom should I contact, which politician will help me, how much money they are taking. UPSC, unlike all the public service commissions, UPSC integrity is impeccable. If you are hardworking, remember that. If you are hardworking, if you are genuine about what you know, what you don't know. If I don't know, don't know. See, remember one thing. Board doesn't expect you to know everything. You remove that from your mindset. Oh, board may come up with some unexpected question. It will come up with unexpected question. With an honest answer from you, sir, I don't know the answer. Instead, you try to answer it, though you are not prepared. You are half knowledgeable about that question, or don't know anything about the question. You tried to. I take the one example. They suddenly asked me in my interview, UPSC, What is the difference between, what is the one significant difference between Hyderabad and Vijayawada? Because I studied from Vijayawada. Hyderabad, I told them suddenly, the board, it's a tank bund, a huge water, but they laughed. It's a lake. It's a natural lake in Hyderabad. In Vijayawada, there is no natural lake. No, we are not mentioning about that. There is some other establishment which is not there in Hyderabad. I was scrapping, didn't, sir, no, I'm unable to recollect. And they said that, have you heard of NTPC? Oh, sir, yes, sir, we have the thermal power plant. How the board member helped me to connect to the Ibrahimpatnam thermal power plant in Vijayawada. See, he wanted me to tell that Vijayawada has the thermal plant, whereas Hyderabad doesn't have the thermal plant. He helped me indirectly by asking, have you heard of NTPC? Yes, sir, NTPC is National Thermal Power Corporation. Oh, yes, sir, Vijayawada has the Thermal Power Corporation. He helped me indirectly. Why should I fearful about the board and UPSC when they are there to help us, provided you are honest? I should be honest with myself, because it's a personality which we are opening up before the board. It's a very good question. Never fearful about the board, because UPSC is the most transparent and integrity-wise impeccable organization. Feel confident about yourself, because you are facing an objective, independent, transparent body. You must feel proud that you are facing the board. Why fear? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
Srinivas.
One by one, please.
One last question. I have another meeting to go at. We have
Please ask one at a time. You may continue,
Sir,
please.
answering on the last question. Nidhi, this should be the last question. Sir has a different meeting.
Yeah, sure,
Hello,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. This
Hello,
is
sir.
one last query, and later on
Hello,
we'll
sir.
get back to you. So we can have one last question, please.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Hello.
Hello. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Yes.
Hello. My
Sir, how many members are board members, sir, in interview panel?
hello. Good afternoon, sir. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Just a moment, sir. Will just answer one question at a time, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, I have actually two
Afternoon, sir.
questions
Afternoon, ma'am.
related to one another.
Stop.
Hello, ma'am.
Please stop asking so many questions. I request the esteemed participants to kindly ask only one question at a time. One question was already asked. So the esteemed, respected, eminent speaker will answer. So just wait for the answer. Thank you. So please, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Repeat the question, ma'am. Ma'am, Nidhi, ma'am, please repeat the question.
How many members interview board, sir? That is the
How
question,
many
sir.
members are in the...
Yeah, if it is UPSC, generally odd number. The board invariably have either 3, 5, or 7. Depending on the level of the examination, it begins with the 3. And if it is civil services IAS examination, the maximum number is 7. Out of the 7 members, the 5 members are authorized to assess and give marks. The remaining 2 members are observers. They simply keep watching and observing you. Whereas when it comes to the 5-member board, there are generally 4 members allocated marks, 1 member is the observer. If it is a technical subjects like engineering surveys, geological surveys, you may not have a general psychologist, not or 5 may subject specialists, because it's on rotation. Board members vary from board to board and day to day. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity.
Hello, sir.
Entire
One
GSA
last
family,
question,
I'm
sir.
grateful.
One last question, sir,
What?
please. One last sir, question. Actually, my question is about the addressing the question. As you have already mentioned your example of giving interview and the failure in your first attempt. So I just want to ask you how to address the question, because sometimes the question are being said that the opinion varies with your panel member and with the interviewer. So how to address a question particularly, and the second thing is the language of interview. about sometimes we cannot express actually what I have learned to someone in some specific language. So is there any issue about the language?
Answer the first question right here. If I'm a member, I ask some lengthy question which has no meaning. You are not clear. Don't jump to answer when the question is not clear to you. You have a right to request the member to repeat the question. Sir, forgive me. Can you repeat, sir, please? Kindly repeat the question, sir. The member is duty bound to repeat the question. It's up to him to repeat, or he doesn't want to repeat it. Okay, next member. You are not given negative mark for that. But without actually understanding the question, you're guessing and trying to answer that question, which is definitely wrong. If the question is not clear, that is the member's problem, not yours. Please keep it in mind. If my question is not clear to the interviewer, whose problem is that? It's not the interviewer's problem. It is the board member problem. The chairman, he knows about that member. Next question. Next member. So if the question is too lengthy, you wait. That's why carry this notebook. Whatever the member is telling, write down. You have a right to. You can take your own time. You become clear about the question. You may ask again, sir, what is that question you are asking? You have a right to that speaks about your confidence. That's called the self-confidence. You are very self-confident about yourself. Then only with politeness, you will ask, sir, can you repeat it? The second question you're coming to, what is the second part of your question, please? Quickly.
That was about the language of interview, because
language, yeah, exactly. See, I'll take my example. Though I studied, I'm not that confident with the English. In UPSC application form, they clearly mention which language you prefer while in the interview. Suppose Telugu is my mother tongue. Had I opted for Telugu, I should have been written my mains in that language. Then only I can exercise my right to choose that language. Suppose I have written mains in the Telugu language, Telugu medium. I can opt for Telugu interview or opt for English, no problem. Then there will be an interpreter. Suppose I want to give my interview in Telugu, my mother tongue, in Telugu. So there is an interpreter to translate my Telugu answer for the benefit of members. So that's why language you have in the application. I don't know about the geological GSI the recruitment application through UPSC. I don't know. Sorry?
Sir, in geological survey, that has not been specified about your language of interview, I think.
Yeah, then you can opt for, you can politely say, sir, I'm not confident about the English. Which language you want us? Say that, sir, Hindi, no problem. Mother tongue. See, the UPSC is very accommodating. Suppose I'm a Kannada speaking person. I'm neither good at Hindi nor at English. No problem. They will give you opportunity. They will call an interpreter, Kannada speaking, and I can assure you they will accommodate. UPSC is not punishing here. UPSC is there to facilitate, to select, not to punish or not to penalize, please. It's not a punishing organization. It's a selective organization. Thank you very much. I'm grateful to Mr. Venkat and the entire.
One last question, sir.
No last question, please. No last question, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Because I'm open.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Grateful to you all.
Hello, sir.
Nidhi.
Yes, sir.
Already, Vice Chancellor Sahab has joined. M. Jagannathan. Please welcome him.
Yes, sir. I extend a hearty and warm welcome to Dr. M. Jagannath Rao, Vice Chancellor of Adhikavi Nanya University, Rajamundry. It's a privilege to have sir of such an esteemed reputation, such a great scholar, such a great teacher with us in this training. May I now request respected Shri C.H. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, to kindly read about him. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, namaskar. Namaskar, and indeed it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome Professor M. Jagannath, Vice Chancellor of Adikavi Nannaya University. He is, in fact, it's a pleasure. He is my teacher in Andhra University. I'm privileged to welcome Sri M. Jagannath Rao. So he is the Vice Chancellor of Adikavi Nannaya University. He got his Master's in Engineering University from Alaska, USA. He got his PhD from Andhra University in 1985. He joined as assistant professor in the Department of Geology in 1986, later promoted to professor and HOD of the department. He is a serious researcher and academician, having 3.5 decades experience. He had 150 papers, national and international journals. 33 scholars got his PhDs under his guidance. His students are only from geology, but also computer science, geoengineering, geophysics, and allied physics. He has strong research collaboration with various organizations, US, Canada, Australia. He has completed 8 funded projects like DST, UGC, CSIR, DOD, APMDC, like that. And he has a vast experience in administration. He held various administrative positions. Director for Information Management Center, Andhra University, Dean and PG Professional Examinations, Andhra University, Director of International Students Affairs, Andhra University, Director of Delta Studies, Andhra University, Chairman of Board of Studies, Department of Geosciences, Ambedkar University, Srikakulam, HOD, Department of Geology. He has filed a patent entitled an innovative model that explains the genesis of Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, which is under consideration. He got many awards and honors, including Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna Award, the Best Academician Award in the year 2019. Awarded Scientist of the Year 2017 by National Environmental Science Academy. He was in editorial board member of Indian Journal of Environmental and Eco-Planning. He is the member of various professional scientific bodies, national and international repute. He is a NAC accessor and more. He is a member of various boards of selection committees at national and state. His earlier selection includes selections include UPSC Civil Services, Group B Services, UPSC exam in 1985, UPSC Geologist exam. His vision to see the Adikavi Nannaya University into international institute for education, research, training, and consultancy. I welcome you, sir. Please, over to you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Venkateshwara Garu, and also Madam Nidhi and all others. And I'm extremely happy to be here today in connection with the kind of some inputs for how to prepare for the personality test or the interview for the UPSC geoscientists examination. I'm extremely happy that the earlier speaker as well, Sri GHP Raju, is happened to be my student also. So my talk will be, first of all, I'll give you some inputs and some points how to be successful, because whatever we want to say for the preparation or for the interview, I always feel that interview actually will test you, your personality and your IQ and your leadership. And there is no such preparation because it is already there. You have a career behind you. So whatever it is there and establish the career, based on that, the questions will be asked by the board members. However, there are based on the experience, as an expert member in various research boards, various interview boards. I wanted to give you some of the inputs or some of the tricks of the trade, how to be successful. Because sometimes the candidates, though they are very intelligent, they're knowledgeable, but still sometimes because of their own mistakes, they fail miserably in the interviews, despite their knowledge in the subject. So those inputs, those techniques, and those tips, I think will be useful to all the candidates today who are attending this wonderful program in this afternoon. So first of all, I say good afternoon to all of them. And I will be giving those inputs initially, and last 5-10 minutes, maybe you can ask some of the questions. So by the time you reach the interview stage, maybe the interview, they'll be called maybe 1:2 or 1:3 or some ratio. You will be there at the interview level. So you have done well at written examination. So you're just so happy that you will be attending the interview. As far as I know, when the UPSC is a professional body, so there are some indications or some guidelines even to the interview board members. So they cannot ask questions just like that from the sky. So there are asked, maybe the expert should bring out what is the best out of the candidate. He's not there to test his ignorance. What he knows should be brought out. What he doesn't know is not a matter. So that is what is indicated to all the experts. So first of all, you realize that questions won't come from the sky. The questions will come based on your background, your presentation, your introduction, etc., etc., etc. So which we'll be discussing now. The first of all, when you attend the personal interview, it is realize, don't worry, don't be anxious. They will be asking you, they'll be making you comfortable. They will be asking you fundamentals only. They don't want to go into very deep and depth of the subjects because they'll be asking you at a master's level. So whatever you have studied at the university at master's level, those fundamentals. So you should be very strong in fundamentals. So first of all, they'll start with your background. So what is your personal background? So you tell me about your personal background. So they ask a committee or the chairperson will ask, okay, Mr. X, you tell me about your background, your personal background, the academic background, some family background, and where from you came, your place of birth, your native place, etc. Then they may ask you some questions like, so what is your interest to choose because you have chosen geology as your career? So what is a specific interest about the geology? So tell me about your academics. So how you performed in your academics? So what is the rank you have obtained? So what is the specialization? What you have done in the final year as a specialization? And also, do you have any special subject of interest? So these are the general questions based on which they wanted to further extend into deep into the interview. So first of all, suppose they ask you our academic background, academic interest, what you have done at the project or specialization, and your subject of interest, if any. Like that, these questions, they start. So this is where you need to be very careful. When you're telling, suppose you came from some area, suppose your native place is Visakhapatnam. So I'm talking about little more of geology, then we can think about the physics and chemistry candidate as well. So then they'll ask you, what is the geology of Visakhapatnam? Can you tell me something about the geology of Visakhapatnam? What are the rock types? What is the composition of those rock types? What is the age of those rock formations? What are the economic minerals associated with Eastern Ghats? What is the genesis? Those things you should be able to know. Suppose while talking that, you have to be very careful in your answer. Because based on your answer, further questions will be asked by the next member or the members. Suppose you have mentioned something, the origin about this granulate facies, that is the metamorphic grade under which these Eastern Ghats are formed. Then naturally, you should be able to know what is granulate facies. As such, what is a facies itself? What is the concept of facies? Who introduces the term facies? What are the other facies from very low temperature to high temperature? What are the index minerals in those facies? What is the composition of those index minerals? Then they will go into those details. So you have mentioned one technical sentence as a granulitic facies. They don't stop there. They wanted to go detailed way into the fasces concept. What is all about fasces? Who introduced? What is Escola's theory of fasces? What is green cyst? Then what is amphibolite? What is the other fasces? What is aclogite? What are the index minerals in those fasces? So when you are telling about your geology of the area, whatever you mention in your description, you should be very, very careful, and you should know each and every point of the description. That is very, very, very important. So if you talk some loosely, some word or some sentence, so it is a kind of origin of Eastern Ghats. And when you say, I have worked on Eastern Ghats in my project also, worked on the bauxite deposits of Eastern Ghats. Suppose you said like that. Then you have to be ready with the information. What is bauxite? How bauxite is formed? Where the deposits are? What are the bauxitic minerals? What is the difference between laterite and bauxite? What are the minerals in the bauxite? Where gibbsite is formed? Why diaspora is not in Eastern Ghats? Like that, many questions will crop up because you have mentioned that word bauxite. So you should be, when you are talking about your area, geology, you should be knowing each and every word and the details of that word. So that is the most important part. Because I always say one thing to my students. They ask me, sir, you conduct mock interviews for me. So I conduct mock interviews. So only the interview pattern or the trend will be in the hands of candidate only. I always say that. You are the person to control the trend of your interview, how it should go. Because whatever you say, those questions will be asked further on those technical terms, on the description, on the area, what you have mentioned in the given answer. Suppose you mention, sir, I have done a specialization. What is specialization? I have done remote sensing and GIS applications of so-and-so area where I wanted to evaluate the groundwater potential using remote sensing and GIS studies. When you say that, you are supposed to know all the basic and advanced information of remote sensing. What is GIS? What kind of software you have used? What is meant by spatial database? How these remote sensing and GIS are linked? What is a thematic map? And they will go into details of remote sensing. What kind of imageries are there? What are the resolution? What is meant by FCC? All those things you should be able to tell. Then only you should mention of your project work. So whenever you say, whether it's the geology of your area or your project work or anything, please remember, you are supposed to know all the details from fundamentals to the advances of that particular title of your project that you have mentioned. That is very, very, very important. So some people say something loosely, sir, I have worked on remote sensing of so-and-so. He doesn't know what is meant by remote sensing, what is meant by electromagnetic radiation, what is meant by GIS, all those things he doesn't know. What is a spatial database? What are various softwares in spatial database? How the thematic maps are prepared, etc., etc. He doesn't know, but still simply he mentioned that. Then the questions will be like flow. They'll be like asked by all the experts. You will become miserable in the interview. So that is the very important point. You need to realize that whatever you wanted to say, you should be knowing it completely. Another important thing, if you do not know, you please be honest to say, sir, I do not know that. Don't try to bluff the experts. By bluffing, what will happen is you will be, the experts will lose interest on you because you wanted to bluff, you wanted to cheat them. So let us be very honest with the expert members. Similarly, another thing is the most important and difficult part is many candidates, if suppose they ask, what is your subject of interest? So here, the subject, maybe you are really interested in X subject, but here for the interview board, you should be telling the subject which is more limited in nature. Suppose if you say geochemistry, then any question from the sky, they can ask. Geochemistry or RE geochemistry or trace element geochemistry or cosmic chemistry or space chemistry, anything they can go. Geochemistry, such a vast subject. So it is a wrong choice you have selected. So select such a subject which is having a limited scope. Suppose you do not like stratigraphy, but still I suggest you tell stratigraphy as your subject of interest. Because maximum they ask you order of superposition, the type area, the economic minerals in each formation, the ages, the lithology, the paleontological composition, the mineralogical or lithological composition, the unconformities, etc., etc., etc. they ask. So at least you can justify that. If you say geochemistry as your choice, it is a vast subject. Similarly, mineralogy. So in this way, okay, you can tell ore minerals or ore minerals. Some extent you can satisfy the experts. So in this way, what I suggest you is you have to bring the experts into your fold by having your choice of the subject or your specialization or your subject that you like or your area of geology, etc., etc., etc. While telling so, you can also say, sir, in the student seminar, I have presented a paper on so and so. So you're giving them an indication, sir, please ask questions on that. So naturally, what is the title of your paper? He will ask, and the next member will ask. Then you are ready with that because you have prepared well about that paper you have presented in the student seminar and the class seminar. So naturally, you are dragging them into your line. So you have dragging them into your line. Similarly, you have to end with something, some statement, so that the next member will catch that point, will try to ask that information. So I always feel, don't tell just like that in general way. Try to be very crisp in the subject you are mentioning. And you are mentioning whatever you mention, you are supposed to know everything, every minutest thing in that subject. Otherwise, don't mention at all. Otherwise, you will be end up in the problem. Similarly, now geoscientist exam is also being being conducted for the chemistry, physics, and geophysics students. So at the end of the day, when you talk about the geoscientist, the chemistry fellows maybe is a pure chemist, but still he should be able to tell what a chemist will be doing in the geological exploration or in the Geological Survey of India. I suggest you to go through the website of GSI or other information and try to know what a chemistry fellow will be doing, will be performing in GSI. Similarly, what a physics fellow will be doing. Suppose as a chemistry fellow, you will be working as a geochemist. So many geologists will be bringing a lot of samples. The samples need to be analyzed using various instrumental techniques. So you need to know what is geochemistry, how to analyze a rock sample. To analyze a rock sample, what is the methodology involved? How do you digest a given sample? What are the methods of digestion? What are the equipment used in analyzing? major, minor, trace elements, etc., you should know. Similarly, a physics fellow will be working as a geophysicist. What a geophysicist fellow will be doing in Geological Survey of India, you should be knowing. Though you are not directly connected with geology, you should be able to know the fundamentals of geology, the geology of India, the rock formations of India, ore deposits of India. Be ready with that. Try to be friendly with some geology student and discuss, learn, be comfortable with the geology. Even if they ask questions on geology, you should be able to tell besides your basic chemistry and basic physics. So similarly, there are personal traits. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious while attending the interview. The anxiety will be due to fear of failure. So don't have that fear. Don't have the fear of failure. When you prepare well for the interview, you have that kind of confidence. So nobody will expect that you are encyclopedia of earth sciences. They wanted to make you comfortable. Whatever you know, you need to present that well and convincingly and very intelligently. That's what I say. So if there are any questions from the audience or the members, I think we'll give some time for them. Thank you.
Hello. Nidhi? Hello, Nidhi.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Four questions, Nidhi. 4 questions. Please, just to tell them clearly.
Hello.
Only 4.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Sir?
Hello. One at a time.
Hello.
Yeah. So all
Hello.
of you, please, I request to ask one question at a time. Let us have from the lady first. Boliye, ma'am.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my
Good afternoon.
question is, if in interview something we answered incorrect by mistake, so later on should it be corrected by us if chances are given, or how to tackle this situation?
That means you have mentioned that some wrong answer you have given.
Yes, sir. By mistake.
You have realized that.
Yes, sir.
So you can always correct it humbly, stating that. So by mistake, by this thing I have confused, but this is the right answer because that is always there. They'll accept that.
Okay.
They are friendly
Excuse
with
me.
you.
I have one question. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
Now,
Yeah.
Neha, you may ask.
Hello.
Please be one at a time. I request again. Neha, please ask.
Hello.
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 Yeah, Neha, you were asking something?
Hello.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Sai Kumar ji, we can get your voice. Can you go ahead with your query, please?
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I have faced this question at interview session. General question.
Yeah.
So actually the question is up to schooling I have studied in government. After then I have shifted to the private sector. So why you have been shifted to the private sector? And this question, sir. After then from 10th standard to MSc level, your percentage has been decreased. What is the reason behind about it? This question. And last question is that what is your weakness? Means should I mention straightforwardly or should be given in a positive way? These 3 questions I have doubts, sir.
Yeah, the last question is what is our weak point means you should be giving any intelligent answer and it should be positive also. The weak point is, sir, my weak point is I always want to read books. So I spend more time on reading. Sometimes even my family members object that, but still I cannot avoid that. That is a very positive weak point for you. Similarly, the second question is you said that you have decreased your performance from 10th to degree. That is very personal question. You have to answer that. I cannot answer that because what has happened in your life, you know better than me. I do not know anything about why you have performed poorly. The first question is why you have changed from the government school to private school. Again, you have to tell that in a positive way. Whatever the reason may be, you tell that in our area, there are no high school of government high school, only a private high school is prevailing. So I had to join in that school. Like that, you can give the answer in a positive way.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for answering.
May I
Yes,
have one
there is a-
question?
Yeah, please, ma'am. Yeah. Gayatri ji, please go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. If my special area, what I am mentioning is tectonism in Himalayas, but tectonism in Himalayas, but my post is hydrogeology. So should I mention hydrogeology there, or I can mention this tectonism and tectonism in Himalayas, or about tectonism is my specialization area. I want to specialize in that.
Okay, Gayatri, the question is, though you are appearing for the hydrogeologist position or a geologist position, whatever it may be, you tell your
Yes, sir.
specialization honestly. Honestly, it is not a problem. It is not.
Okay, but if they will ask hydrogeology questions or these questions, that was my point to ask this question.
No. When you study specialization, definitely they ask questions on specialization you have mentioned. But
Sir, I am not specializing in that subject. I have interest in that subject. If I am quoting that I have interest in that subject, they will ask that questions or hydrogeology based questions. That was my question.
That's what I told you. Whatever you say, whether you have interest in something, means definitely they ask questions on that. Without knowing that, without knowing, having the knowledge of that, don't say that you have interest in that. Why you are unnecessarily putting yourself in the trouble? You say whatever
Okay,
you know
sir.
better.
Actually, my project also was, sir, my project also was based on that. I have not mentioned now, I have not gone to that area, but my project will be on that subject only. That's why I just asked you.
Whatever it may be, even if you do project on tectonism of Himalayas, you must be confident and thorough with the subject. Otherwise, don't tell that. Don't tell that, because unless you are not confident, you do not have any idea of that fully, and don't, because it is tectonism is a big topic. Himalayan tectonism is a big topic. So a lot of work is done. You cannot answer those questions. So be comfortable. You tell things which
Okay,
are
sir,
in your hand.
if they tell, if they only will suggest this, or I should speak about it, which topic are you comfortable with?
No, that's what they ask you only. What is your specialization? What is your subject of interest? That's what I told you. All these 25 minutes. You are telling. You have to tell that. They will ask you what is your subject of interest. What is your specialization? In which area you have done your project? They will ask you. That's what Interview will be in your hands only. You will tell in a good way and subject the questions will be from that area only. Understand?
Okay, sir.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it's very well answered again and again, Gayatri ma'am. I hope you're satisfied. Sir has very categorically answered. We can take only.
Thank you, sir.
If I may ask one question.
Only this is the last one, please. This is the last one.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, sir, my question is, I have taken a year drop for the preparation of GSI, and when I go for the interview, they will ask me about it. So how can I tackle that I did during my preparation time, or my year drop I was preparing?
Year drop from what?
For preparation for GSI preparation, sir.
Frankly, you tell because you want it to be very successful, 100% successful. That's why you have taken 1 year for your preparation only. It should be honest enough.
Okay, sir. Like, we don't have to exaggerate something else like this.
No. Because at the end of the day, everybody wanted to be successful in the examination. So you wanted more time. So you have taken an off, whether it's from the job or from other work, and you have prepared for the GSI. So it indicates your seriousness. It is a positive only.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I have one more question. Ma'am, can I ask?
Yeah, I believe sir has very limited time. So we will again be joining, as I said, tomorrow. We'll have an interactive session. Okay,
One
sir.
more question.
Okay, sir. Fine. We can have one last question, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, my question is, you mentioned it. Subject interest, we should not mention on pathology. That means I missed that part. So how mention the interest of subject. Means in Igneous pathology, can we mention very less part of that, or how to
No,
recognize
I
that?
told I told you Sangamitra Jana. I told you maybe you missed that part. So whatever, maybe you're really interested in some
Yes,
subject
sir.
like geochemistry or igneous petrology, etc. But I always, because at the end of the day, you want to be successful in the interview. So you have to choose such a subject which is a limited scope. Because if you say the igneous petrology is a vast subject, they can ask anything, anything from the sky, anything can be asked. So you should be careful enough while choosing the subject of interest. So I told people like you select stratigraphy, you select paleontology if you have any interest. You select maybe economic geology to some extent. So they are limited areas so that if you are thorough with the subject, definitely you will be successful.
Nidhi, then thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. My colleague is there, Dr. Biswajit Gangopadhyay, sir. He is the Deputy Director General, Regional Training Divisions and Field Training Center, sir. He will be giving a vote of thanks, sir. Please, over to Biswajit, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I am taking the privilege and the core of our heart and on behalf of Geological Survey of Institute of Hyderabad, the deepest and most heartiest pay your precious time with the budding aspirants. We made ourselves this particular program a lively one. So many questions are coming, and I know in the chat box, number of questions are coming. Till you have patiently answered not a single one after another, you are answering from a single candidate. It shows your dedication towards the subject, towards the upliftment of the aspirants. This remains of your personal stature as a scientist, as an administrator also. We take the privilege to having you with us through this digital platform, and we hope you will extend the similar cooperation that you are extending in future events. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Biswajit. Thank you, Biswajit Gangopadhyay. And I am also privileged to have this opportunity. And I am always believe I am a teacher first, then the vice chancellor next, and that too I am a geology. I'm a geology teacher first and a professor first. Then I am a vice chancellor now. It is nice to have this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Venkateswara Garu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Nidhi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to you, Nidhi. Just
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we have finished
continue, madam. Continue,
the
please, sir.
interview. Yes, sir. We have finished the interview skills and interview preparation sessions by two very eminent speakers and who are stalwarts in their respective fields. We had it from Shri Raju sir, an IPS officer himself, and we had it from Dr. M. Jagannath Rao sir, Vice Chancellor of the University. So I hope the participants have benefited a lot from this discussion as to how to develop the interview skills. So we were really privileged to have them. Now we will be having a geology session, which will be presented by the recently recruited and joined geologist, the toppers of the examination of the UPSC Combined Geoscientist exam from the geology stream, who will be discussing their experience with the participants so that they share and suggest the participants, they give them guidance as to how to prepare for the geology stream. So we can have a short break of 5 minutes. Please do not leave the meeting. Please, yes, sir, 5 minutes. Please do not leave the meeting. Stay in the meeting. You can just have some water and just stretch out a little. And after 5 minutes, we immediately start with the geological stream people who will be discussing about the preparation for geology part. Thank you.
Sir, 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 how do you like, sir, both?
I welcome the participants again after a very short break of 5 minutes so that you could just have some water and be prepared for the next session. This particular e-session will deal with the preparation for the geology stream so that the post of geologist in Geological Survey of India or the post of hydrogeologist in Central Groundwater Board, for these posts, a candidate has to appear for the geology examination. So we have the newly joined officers the geologists in the Geological Survey of India, the toppers in the respective stream of the examination, and they will be providing guidance and suggestions for effective preparation of geology. So we have with us Longkumar and Binayak Mohanty, who will be presenting for the geology stream. May I welcome our Anjali? Can you start sharing the screen, please? I give a hearty and warm welcome to the geology streams, the geologist who will be discussing as to how effectively prepare Yes, they are very much, they have joined us and they are starting to share the content. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce them. Binayak Mohanty, Talilebden Longkumar, Anjali Upadhyay, who will be taking part in this guide e-session of interaction with the participants. I'll hand it over to Anjali and the group, please. Thank you so much. You may kindly start.
Thank you, Nidhi Mishra ma'am, for your kind words for introducing us. Good evening, everyone. I'm Binayak Mohanty, geologist at Geological Survey of India. Me discussing about the effective preparation strategies for UPSC combined geoscientist and geoscientist examination for geology paper. As you must be aware, in the year 2020, the pattern for this exam changed, which consists of 3 stages. First stage for prelims, then second, after you qualify prelims, there is mains exam, and then the third stage is interview. For prelims, it's an objective paper. You have 2 objective papers, and for mains exam, there are 3 subjective papers. So the first, I will be discussing about the prelims part, the paper 2 part, exactly the geology part, and the paper 1 for general studies has already been discussed by Nidhi Mishra ma'am in the forenoon session. So I will be dealing with the paper 2 geology part. Let me tell you the format for this paper. The question paper will be set in English only. There would be 120 questions and for 300 marks, which consist of 10 topics. As we can see in the syllabus, there are 10 topics which you need to cover for your preparation. And it is of 2 hours in online mode examination pattern. And each question carries equal weightage. And there are negative marks for your negative response. So you have to be very careful in that regards. And there is one thing you need to understand, that these questions are very conceptual and from very fundamental part of the subject. Now we'll begin with topic wise. We have to see that what are the main topics that you need to consider or that you need to focus on while preparing for subject wise. When it comes to physical geology or structural geology, we'll be dealing with that, and subsequently we'll be telling you the reference materials of the books that you need to refer for in order to cover all these subjects, all these topics. And before I start, I would suggest you to have an integrated approach while preparing for prelims as well as for mains exam. By integrated approach, I mean you have to prepare simultaneously. You don't have to first prepare for prelims part and then go for mains once you get selected. I would suggest you to make it together so that in that your level of confidence will increase in that way. So I'll start with physical geology. Physical geology paper, you can expect questions, most important topics like internal structures of the earth, like they would ask about the boundaries, about discontinuities, in that way, the simple questions and all, like boundaries between CL and CIMA, in that manner. And you could expect questions from earthquakes, volcanoes, the fundamental part, and concepts of plate tectonics, sea floor spreading, continental drift also, and soil profile and soil types, and isostasy and relative adjustment is an important concept which you need to understand. You need to learn it well, because you can always expect at least 2 questions from in that paper and from that subject. And of course, the geomorphic processes and landforms of different geomorphic agents like river, wind, glaciers. Glaciers is the most important part I can say. In that way, you have to prepare, and for that book, which you can cover all these topics, I would suggest you to read Earth Materials by Kevin Hefferman and John O'Brien, where all these topics can be covered easily and you will feel confident about when you're answering the questions. No? Yeah. Now coming to the second topic, that is structural geology. For structural geology, it is an important topic in any exam. So you will be putting your focus, you should be concentrating on topics like rheological properties of rock, classification of folds and faults, their mechanisms, basic definitions like rake, pitch, plunge, deep, strike. Related to those fundamental concept, questions can be asked. Mohr circle and criteria for failures of rock. Study of the topo sheets is important also, I would. And V rules and outcrop patterns, suppose it is given like this, the dip of the bed has been given and the slope of the valley is given. So you need to understand what kind of outcrop it would produce. So there are different cases, so you need to study that in details. And stereographic projection for structural elements that we usually do in the practicals. And also you need to have a clear-cut concept about this so we can answer during our exams. For the books, regarding the books, I would suggest the Structural Geology by Hakan Fossen is a very good book. You can cover all these topics from here. And Structural Geology by MP Billings, regarding the faults, pi and beta diagrams, you can do that. And for Structural Geology by S.K. Ghosh, because superposed deformation, you can always expect questions from superposed deformation. So S.K. Ghosh is a good book where you can refer to for all these topics. Now moving to the third topic, that is mineralogy. If you see the mineralogy part, it is divided into two, mineralogy and crystallography. In mineralogy, you can expect questions from polymorphism, isomorphism, exsolutions and all. With examples, you need to remember which mineral shows which polymorphism and which minerals, examples of minerals which show isomorphism. The physical and optical properties of minerals, the basic minerals, silicate minerals like pyroxene, amphipole. You need to remember their physical properties as well as their optical properties. Anything could be asked. And similarly, the silicate group of minerals like for nesosilicates, sorosilicates, their silicon is to oxygen ratio. You need to remember all those basic questions. I mean, the basic things you need to remember in order to answer properly. Now, the second part of this topic for mineralogy, that is crystallography, where you can always get questions from crystal classes, the highest symmetry for normal classes, radio ratio rule. It has been seen, and planar point groups. You can always get questions from that also. So you need to prepare that well. For that, you need Mineralogy by Dexter Perkins and Introduction to Mineralogy by W.D. Nesse. I believe these are the two books would be enough for the prelims part at least to cover all these subjects, all these topics. Now moving to the fourth part, the fourth subject, that is igneous petrology. For igneous petrology, IUGS classification is the most important thing. You just need to remember that diagram and all. Igneous textures, forms, also you need to remember. And Bowen reaction series is important. That is also, and you need to consider while preparing. And processes of magma generations and diffusion, there are different processes. You need to not just to understand the definition, as well as also you need to remember what are the fundamental technique, I mean the fundamental part of that, the essential part of that process, process of magma generation, so that anything could be asked. Now, the phase rule is in an important concept where you could be asked about the degrees of freedom and all, and about the phase rule equation also that has been seen. And systems like incongruent and congruent melting, binary diagrams, ternary diagrams, you can always expect questions from there also. And igneous rocks, mainly for granitic suits of rocks or basaltic rocks, lamphrophiles also, you expect questions from them. So you need to prepare well for that part also. Regarding the books, I would suggest Igneous Petrology by Mihir K. Bose is a very good book in Indian author context. And with respect to foreign author context, Principles of Igneous and Metamorphic Petrology by John D. Winter is very good book to cover all your topics which have been mentioned here, and overall for the overall completion of your syllabus. Now, moving to the metamorphic petrology part. In metamorphic petrology, you can expect questions from types of metamorphism. Metamorphic textures is also important, and metamorphic phases is one of the most important topics that you shouldn't forget to to study it, understand it well, not just the temperature, pressure, and the mineralogical composition of that particular phases, but also the interrelationship with respect to the phases series and with the plate tectonics as well. And you need to understand the crystallization and deformation relationship. And also, there is also one concept of paired metamorphic belts also. You need to remember all those. And classification of metamorphic rocks and shear zone rocks concept. So you need to understand, you need to learn it well in order, because there will be questions from these all topics for sure. Otherwise, there are topics in syllabus you can always get. So, but important topic which I believe that you can have questions from there anytime. Now, the book is again the Principles of Igneous and Metamorphic Petrology by John D. Winter. One book is quite enough to cover all these topics for metamorphic petrology. Now, for sedimentology part, sedimentary structures is most important, and as well as sedimentary structures, the primary sedimentary structures, secondary structures, chemically formed structures. You just need to understand all those things with proper diagrams, with proper understanding their mode of formations, their environments, their morphology, etc. And for textural and mineralogical maturity of different sedimentary rocks as well. And classification of sedimentary rocks, like for sandstone, carbonate, Fox classification, Dunham classification for limestone. These are the classification, the things that have been named after scientists, the classification schemes. You just need to remember that, which is always helpful from exam point of view. And of course, the questions are being asked from sedimentary environments as well. So you just need to look after that also. The conceptual part, just the basic part, but the conceptual, you just need to understand the concept for that. And for that purpose, you need just 3 books, I would say. The Principles of Sedimentology and Stratigraphy by Sandbox, Sedimentology by S.M. Sengupta for classification of rocks and all, Sedimentology and Stratigraphy by Gary Nichols for sedimentary and for understanding the different sedimentary environments. Now, moving on to the paleontology part. For paleontology, there will be questions from favorable conditions for fossilization, taxonomy. There would be questions from morphology and ecology of invertebrate fossils, and brachiopods, lamellibranchials, and trilobites, and all. Evolution of vertebrate fossils as well. Morphology of microfossils like foraminifera is an important, diatoms, ostracods, all this. And carbonate compensation depth is an important concept that you need to understand. You need to learn that well as well. Stromatolites and Gondwana rocks and Gondwana fossils is always important. You always get at least one question from that part also. Regarding the books, Introduction to Paleontology by Amal Das Gupta, Invertebrate and Vertebrate Paleontology, for that you can refer, as well as for fossils and stromatolites. And Paleontology by P.C. Jain and Ananta Raman. Examples you can just remember for invertebrate paleontology and their ecology, their morphology. You can just read from there also. And there is another one book, for micropaleontology, Principles and Applications by Pratul Kumar Saraswati and M.S. Srinivasan. You can refer to that book for microfossils as well. Now, the stratigraphy part, if you see the stratigraphy part in the syllabus, there are 2 things. One is Principles of Stratigraphy and there is Indian stratigraphy. So I believe because there are 10 subjects, as I said earlier, and there are 120 questions, so at least from one subject you would be expecting at least 12 questions. So in that way, you cannot just skip just one topic. So you have to read it properly. You have to complete your syllabus judiciously. And for that stratigraphy of Principles of Stratigraphy, you would always expect some questions from there and some questions from Indian stratigraphy as well. So from Principles of Stratigraphy, you will be getting some principles. There are different principles, law of superposition and all. And from you also get questions for lithostratigraphy, chronostratigraphy, biostratigraphy as well. And regarding the Indian stratigraphy part, you need to remember this proper stratigraphic sequence for Dhawar, Singhbhum, and Aravalli, as well as for different proterozoic mobile belts. Phenologic stratigraphy like Paleozoic of Kashmir, Kutch, Trichinopoly, Cretaceous of Trichinopoly, and Shivaliks. These are the important, but you can always try to cover the whole syllabus. These are the, I could say these are the most important, but you just need to cover the whole syllabus as well. Coal and Gondwanas are always an important topic in stratigraphy when it comes to the stratigraphy part. And Himalayan geology and tectonics, you can always expect some questions. For regarding the books, I would say the Geology of India by Ramakrishnan Vaidyanathan, which is a publication of Geological Society of India. Why it is important? Because the stratigraphic sequences which have been given is given by Geological Survey of India only. So it is the most accepted and the most important. So it is my kind advice to all of you that to follow that book, particularly when it comes to stratigraphic sequence. So both the volume, for volume 1 and volume 2. And there is another part for principles of, to understand, to read the principles of stratigraphy, sedimentology and stratigraphy by Sandbox is quite good enough. If you want to relate stratigraphy with respect to the plate tectonics part, the Making of India Geodynamic Evolution by K.S. Waldiya is very good. You can also refer to understand the plate tectonics concept. What is the reason behind the formation of basins and cratons, mobile wells, everything. Now, moving to the second last, economic geology. In economic geology, the processes for different ore formation are important. The most two important, I would say, hydrothermal types of deposits and supergene deposits. And there are different terminologies when it comes to ore geology, like tenor, gangue, proteor, ore. You just need to remember that terms and what are the definitions. The ore minerals and their association with the host rock and their mode of occurrences is also important. You just need to look at that. And Indian mineral deposits, its distribution, and with respect to its age. Like then for the next part, it's coal and petroleum. For coal, you need to understand the formation and distribution in India, like for lignite deposits, where the lignite deposits, bituminous deposits, anthracites, all those things. And for petroleum also, you just need to understand origin rocks, source rock, cap rocks, migration trap. These are all the terminologies that you need to understand and understand the concept as well for prelims when it comes to prelims exam. So very small, very fundamental questions could be asked from these topics. Now, regarding the book for your reference, you could refer to Classification of Ore Deposits by Bateman in order to understand the processes for formation. There is another one book by Lawrence Robb, Introduction to Ore Forming Processes. You can always refer to that book also, which would give you a good broad perspective idea about the different ore formation processes for ore formations. And Ore Geology and Industrial Minerals by Anthony M. Evans is also a nice book. You can refer to that also. And regarding the Indian economic deposits, you can refer to Economic Geology by Umeshwar Prasad. It's a good book. You can always refer to that. Now, the last part, this is hydrogeology. Although in geology, for geologist exam, for geologist post, we do not have this paper in subjective part, but in prelims, because it's a common paper for both the geologists as well as hydrogeologists. So we will getting questions from hydrogeology as well. So the common questions you just need to prepare. You just do not need to go in depth of the topics. You just need to see the basic things. So which are the topics you need to cover, like groundwater occurrences and aquifer characteristics, porosity, permeability, transmissivity, the concepts. These are easy concepts. They are formulas you need to remember for transmissivity, Darcy's law, storage coefficient concept, applications of isotope in groundwater. And it has been seen in the last 2 years, the past question papers, the formula-based questions. And formula-based questions and numericals, you just could be from Darcy's law, you can expect questions. The formula, you just need to calculate some basic calculations and unit conversions, and you'll get an answer, or equation wise from the well hydraulics part also you can expect. Now there are two books I would say. One is Groundwater Hydrogeology by David K. Todd is a good book you can refer, and one is Groundwater for Fetter. It's not been mentioned here, but Fetter is a good book which will clear your concepts regarding the well hydraulics part. You can just do that well for that. Now, these are the topics which I discussed for the prelims part, and the take-home tips for prelims, I would say, in just to make short this lecture. Practice as much as you can, because this is objective type questions, and you have to practice time-bound objective questions. You can take reference from GATE and JAM question papers as well, because that's the level of question that has been going to ask here only. So you can take reference from that only. You can practice as much as possible. Formulas, like I said, in hydrogeology, the formulas have been asked, equation has been asked. So it should be on your fingertips. You should be well aware of those things. And just go through the question paper before you start the exam. And there is also one thing, prepare for the go through the previous year question paper, like for it is available in the UPSC side as well. For assistant geologist exams, you can practice. It could give a good mock test practice for you, and as well as the 2 years question for 2020 and 2021, which got recently over for the prelims part. You can just see that, check the so that you can analyze yourself up to what depth the questions are being asked. So you can analyze yourselves and see up to which your level you have to go and study there. And you have to do that by yourself. It would be beneficial to you also, and make notes accordingly. It would help you. Do not attempt unless you're very sure of the question, because there are negative markings, which are negative marks. So it would carry wrong impression. So you just don't want to lose your positive marks, right? And you need to take care of your speed and accuracy. As I said before earlier also, there are 120 minutes and 120 questions. So like it's 1 minute for one question. So you just need to be very, accurate, and you have to speed up while answering. You just cannot stay at one question. If you don't know the answer, you just cannot recall in the 10th moment. So you just need to see these things, and you just need to take care of all those things. And before finishing off, you just, if time permits, you just make sure to revise at once again, because it's an online mode exam. So you can do that, but make sure if time permits, you can just revise it once for all. Now, this is the first part of this presentation. And if you have any questions, you may ask regarding the prelims part for the prelims preparation. And,
Are there any questions? We can take a few of them.
Hello, sir.
Please speak.
Sir, so my question is that in prelims, while
yes,
we found we get the numerical questions. So those numerical questions are of simple type, or they are complex. So because time limitation is there. What types of numerical questions?
Numerical questions, if you see the last 2 years questions, basically the numerical questions or equations that have been asked is basically from structural geology, not that calculation part where you need to unit conversion, the normally that we get in GATE exams. That is not the case here. These are just simple. There is time limited. We have time constraint, like for 1 minute, one question. It would be like that level only. So I believe the question level for the numerical is quite average and easy, I would say. You just need to be thorough with the concepts so that you just apply the formulas and you will get the answer in that way only.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Please, one by one, please.
Hello, sir. I have one question regarding the paper 1, means in which we have to give the exam for history, geography, that part. How much time means we need to give for that? Means it have 100 marks. Means how much time distribution should it take in our preparation time, sir?
Like if you're talking about the self-preparation part?
Yes, sir. That means paper 1, that in which we have history, geography, economics, means all the current affairs part, all that.
Okay. For your kind information, sir, for the first part, the session has already been covered in the forenoon session. So in case you have missed it, tomorrow you can ask in the interactive session as well. But from my side, I would say that it is up to you that how much, just 1 hour daily is also quite enough for you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
1 hour, fine.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, how to write a good essays in the main, sir?
Sorry.
Repeat your question, please.
For main, sir.
Yeah, for the mains part.
How to write a good answers on effectively.
Yeah, for the mains, subsequently my colleagues will be discussing now. So I will be handing over the mic to them. So they will subjective parts now. Please be patient. Please be with us. So if we don't have any.
Next. He will be back into the next one.
Yes, sir. So that's all from my side. Now I hand over to my colleague, Lebden, to present the subjective part for the paper 1 mains paper.
Thank you. Now I will be discussing about the main paper, that is geology paper 1, which consists of physical geology and remote sensing, structural geology, sedimentology, paleontology, and stratigraphy. And we will be sharing you the what are the important questions that they have been asked or recently asked question. And yeah, so we will be discussing only those important topics. So from section A, that is physical geology and remote sensing, one can expect this kind of question. That is, the first one is internal structure of the earth. They may ask about the composition, variation, that is rheological also. Sometimes they may ask about the boundary. Sometimes they may ask about the geophysical anomalies within the Earth's structure. So these questions are quite important. You may expect for descriptive as well as the 5 marks question. And next one is weathering processes and product. This may be asked for a short type of question, so you don't have to skip it. This is also important. Another one is geomorphic landforms, which may be river, wind, glaciers, waves, and groundwater. So amongst all these things, it's quite important. This question usually asks either in 5 marks question or either 10 or 15 marks question. And every year, from this particular topic, one or the other usually asks. And most frequently asked topic are glaciers and this groundwater, usually karst topography. So one has to go through this particular topic. Another important thing is major geomorphic features of India, whether it's India, one has to go through about this Indian geomorphic features. Next is remote sensing. Here, some important topic that you should study for the mains is spectral signatures of soil, rocks, water, or vegetation. And another important thing is digital image processing. This may ask in short note type of question, and same like Landsat, IRS, spot characteristics and uses. These are usually asked in short type of questions, so you can make notes accordingly. And next one is aerial photographs. That is, they may ask about the types, their scale, their parallax, their relief displacement. So this may ask for 15 marks descriptive question, or they may ask about the types of aerial photography or the scales of aerial photography. So depending on that, you have to respond. And this is also another important topic which you don't have to leave. And another important thing for this remote sensing part is elements of image interpretation. They may ask about elements of image interpretation, so you don't have to skip about this. This you may expect for either 5 marks or for 10 marks. And some of the sample questions that they have asked from this particular section A are this landform produced by glaciers and fluvial actions or continental drifts, or they may ask about the salient features of satellite imagery and aerial photographs. So these are the sample questions from this particular topic that previous examination has asked. And then the that I've referred from this particular section is Earth by Darpal, Earth Science by Price and Sevier, Earth's Materials by Kevin Heffren, John O'Brien, and Fundamentals, usually Geomorphology by Fundamentals of Geomorphology by Hackett. And when it comes to remote sensing, I refer 2 books, that is Remote Sensing by John Jensen and Thomas Lellison. Author, I referred Remote Sensing Geology by R.B. Gupta. Next is section B, that is structural geology. Here also I have made some important topics that you don't have to miss. You have to study. So the first one is kinematics and time analysis of deformation. You don't have to skip this topic. Stress-strain relationship for elastic, plastic, or viscose materials. They may ask in 1 year, they may ask about the stress relationship of elastic, or they may ask about plastics. So one can expect for short notes as well as the descriptive type of question for this particular topic. And another one is measurement of strain in deformed rocks. There are a lot of measurements for strain. So one can expect for short notes from this particular topic, as well as they can ask the whole techniques or the technique for this measurement of strain in deformed rocks. And another one is structure of fault, cleavage, putting, lineation, joints, and fault. This one you have to go through a little bit detail, because from this particular topic, one question will come. So you don't have to leave this particular topic by any means. You have to go through this particular topic. And another important thing is geographic projection of linear and planar structures. So this particular topic has been repeatedly asked questions. So you have to go through this particular topic as well. And another important topic is shear zone. Almost every year, this question has been asked related to brittle or related to ductiles. So one has to go through in details the shear zones. And another important is the relationship between crystallization and deformation. So this they may ask in short type relationship between crystallization, or they may ask about deformation also. So one can expect even from this particular topic either short notes or long notes. And the particular sample question sample that they have asked for the past few years are like, they ask about the Ramsey classification of faulted layers. Sometimes they ask about the types of strike slip faults. Sometimes they ask about the characteristics of ductile shear zones with net diagrams. So accordingly, you have to write that. And the books that I have referred to for this particular structural geology is Structural Geology by S.K. Kosh. It's very good. Structural Geology by Twist and Morse, Davis and Reynolds. And for the basic foundation for structural geology, I referred R.G. Bubb. And another good book is Structural Geology by Hakon Folsen. And you can also watch the videos by Professor T.K. Bishwal on YouTube for better understanding of structural geology. Next, section C, that is sedimentology. Here also, usually they ask about the classification of sedimentary rocks. So sedimentary rocks, they usually ask about the classification of sandstones. Sometimes they ask about the classifications of conglomerates. Sometimes they ask about the classification of limestone. So those three questions are the repeated type of questions. So you have to focus particularly on that topic. And another important thing is quantitative grain size analysis. So this question usually asks for descriptive type of question. So you can make question accordingly. And another important things which repeatedly asks from this sedimentology part is these primary sedimentary structures, whether it be primary sedimentary structures, penny-contemporaneous deformation structures, or biogenetic structures. From this three topic, one or the other will come either as a short note or for a descriptive type of question. So you have to go, thoroughly go through this particular topic as well. And again, paleocurrent analysis. They may give some data and then some lithologs, and then you will explain about it. Or sometimes they directly ask about the what is paleocurrent analysis. So you have to focus on this topic as well. And then for descriptive question here in sedimentology, this last second, that is sedimentary involvement and facies analysis. So this is very important. Usually they ask for 15 marks or 10 marks. So whether it be fluvial, glacial, deltic, siliciclastic, shallow, or deep marine involvement, one or the other they ask often. So you try to make notes according to this explanation. And again, another important things topic here in sedimentology is principle of sequence stratigraphy, its concept. So you can go a little bit details about the sequence stratigraphy, because sometimes they ask in detail, sometimes they ask about the just principle of sequence stratigraphy. So accordingly, you have to make notes. And here are some of the samples from sedimentology for previous question. Like sometimes they ask about the procedure for paleocurrent analysis, like I've told you, they're significant. He asks about the control and the composition of sandstone, and sometimes he asks about the Walther's law, which is related to this sequence stratigraphy. So and some of the books which I have referred from sedimentology part are the Sedimentology and Stratigraphy by Gary Nichols, Sam Bock, and then Introduction to Sedimentology by Sally Richard. And another good book which I have referred is Sedimentary Rocks by Pettyjohn. Now coming back to paleontology, this is quite a vast topic, but if you here are some of the important topics. The first one is ichnofossils. Usually they ask for the short note types of questions, so one has to focus on this particular topic as well. And then another important thing is morphology and time range of brachiopods, either it be brachiopod, lemmiprang, gastropod, cephalopod, and echinoids. So most of the time you can expect one or the other morphology from this particular topic. And at the same time, they may ask about the evolutionary trend, like whether it be trilobites, lemmiprangs, gastropods, or cephalopod. So one has to go through in details their morphology, their time range, and the evolutionary trend of that particular species. When it comes to micropaleontology, the most important one is foraminifera and ostracods. So you have to, even here also, you have to study their morphology, their time range, and their evolutionary trend also, and their correlation, their paleo environment. And another important things from this paleontology part is the Gondwana plant fossils and their significance. Usually this question has been asked again and again. So one has to go through for this particular topic, and you can elaborate with the good diagrams of different type of Gondwana plant fossils and their significance. And when it comes to vertebrate paleontology, they usually ask about the Proboscidea, Equidia. These two are the frequently asked questions. So you can expect these two questions in future examination. And then find another important topic is application part of paleontology. They may ask about related to stratigraphy. They may even ask about regarding to paleoecology or paleoclimatology. So accordingly, when you study, you correlate, you make notes according to stratigraphy, paleoecology, and paleoclimatology. And then you may even expect a descriptive type of question from mass extinction. And here are the sample questions that have been asked in previous years, like they're asking the diagrams and the morphology of hominoids and the knot of evolutionary and their seizure patterns. And again, they're asking about the internal structures of brachiopod shell. So in that way, they ask question from paleontology part, and from paleontology part, the books which I've referred are the Principle of Invertebrate Paleontology by Twin Hoffels, Introduction to Paleontology by Amal Dasgupta, and Paleontology by P.C. Jain. And for micropaleontology, I refer Bilal. Back to section E, that is stratigraphy. This is also a vast topic, and this is also another important branches of geology. So you must be thoroughly equipped with it. And some of the important topics that you should particularly focus on it are the principles of stratigraphy, the code of stratigraphic nomenclatures of India, or you can also focus on stratigraphy, biostratigraphy, and magnetostratigraphy. And again, coming back to India, they may ask about the Archean greenstone belt of India, or sometimes they may ask about where are this greenstone belt found in other parts of the world. So you should at least know some examples, or at least know some geological history of some particular area, not only just India. And then again, for Indian stratigraphy, you have to know the mobile belt of all the mobile belts in India. And then apart from that, you have to know the all the stratigraphy of the cratons of India. When it comes to Proterozoic sedimentary basin, the most frequently asked question are from the Kotapa and the Vindian groups. So you should focus more on this too when it comes to Proterozoic sedimentary basin. And when it comes to Phanerozoic stratigraphy, that is Paleozoic, they usually ask about Spiti and Kumaon. And usually in this two, they don't ask descriptive type of question. They may ask only in short notes, that is the 5 marks questions like the Blaini boulder beds, what are Blaini boulder beds, or they may ask about the pole formation of Himachal Pradesh. In that way, they ask. So accordingly, you have to study. And when it comes to Mesozoic, they may ask about Spiti, they may ask about Kutch or Trichinopoli. So you can expect either short notes as well as in the descriptive type of question. And another important topic from this stratigraphy is Gondwana supergroups. So you have to know about the stratigraphy of the Gondwana supergroups, their importance. So one has to go a little bit details when it comes to Gondwana supergroup. And coming back to Cenozoics stratigraphy, one has to focus more on Assam and Himalayas. They may ask about the Assam oil field related to it, in which formation those oil are being formed. They may ask related to that, or sometimes they may ask about Himalayas, their various structures, their evolutions, or their stratigraphy of either lesser or higher Himalayas. And then another important thing is Shivaliks. Shivalik is very important. They have asked 2-3 times for descriptive type of question, so you can also prepare for that. And last is the boundary problems of Indian stratigraphy. So boundary problems, every asks one question or the other, one boundary problem. So one has to study all the boundary problems of India with examples, with Indian examples, and if you can even correlate with the other countries. And here are the sample that has been asked from this particular topic, that is stratigraphy. Give the stratigraphic succession of Indian supergroups. See, like I've said, from Prithviraj Sedimentary Basin, this type of question are usually asked. And then they describe briefly the natures of Deccan volcanic province and comment on this geodynamics. So this type of question has been asked from stratigraphy part. And coming back to books, I refer the Geology of India by Ramakrishna, that is volume 1 and 2. You will know a lot of things about the Indian stratigraphy here in this book. And for sedimentology and some stratigraphy part, you can also refer for SAM book. And then for detailed stratigraphy and the Himalayan evolutions or their geology, you can go through the Making of India, that is Geodynamic Evolution by K.S. Waldia. Thank you. Now, if you have any questions to be asked, you can ask.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Pradesh. I'm studying MSc Applied Geology, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have some queries.
Yes,
Can I
yes.
ask with you?
Yes, yes, you can ask.
Yes, sir. Each question contains how many marks, sir? Can you explain about the mark pattern?
Usually, the first part, that is the part E, you will ask for 5 marks. There will be 10 questions for 5 marks, and the remaining 5 part, you can ask either in 10 marks, or sometimes you can directly ask for 30 marks.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
If there is no more question, Tali,
There's no one. Now I give the time to our dear colleague, Anjali Upadhyay. Now you can come and take your time.
Yeah, thank you, Tali Libden. Welcome, Anjali. You may start, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lebden. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anjali Upadhyay, geologist at GSI and recently joined this organization. Today, I will be discussing about preparation of paper 2 of geologist main examination. So by now, you all might be thinking there's a vast syllabus and lot many books, and how are we going to read these many books in a very short span of time? So here we are to help you, because we have gone through the same stage 2 years back. In paper 2, you can score maximum if you work a little bit smartly, and that can help you to get a good rank also. So what I believe, in paper 2, we have to write a lot as compared to paper 1 and 3. So be prepared for that. But there are some sections in this paper like mineralogy and geodynamics. So in this, if you know the answer, you can save your time, which can be invested to the other sections which need more time. So let us discuss each section in detail. So the first section is mineralogy, and it covers your physical and optical mineralogy as well as crystallography. So first, from crystallography, the most important topic is symmetry elements of different crystal systems. So you can expect a question like, describe different symmetry elements from the normal class of cubic system. So direct question like this can be asked, and most frequently asked is the monoclinic system. So you need to thoroughly read the symmetry elements of all the crystal systems. And for the physical and optical part, you can expect questions like describe, like I have already mentioned in the sample question, describe the composition, internal structure, and characteristic optical properties of pyroxene group. So the most important mineral are carbonate, mica, amphibole, and pyroxene. The question asked. So for these kind of questions, first write a short introduction, then the silicate structure with a schematic diagram, then the characteristic physical properties of the particular mineral for which the question is asked, then the characteristic optical property, and then any additional important information if you know. So next you can expect questions like determine the optic sign for uniaxial or biaxial mineral, and along with this uniaxial and biaxial indicatrix can be asked. So these were the topics which are important for the detailed question. And then there are topics like pleochroism, isomorphism, coordination number, and twinning especially for twinning in feldspar. So these questions are asked in short notes, like in your section A. But out of this pleochroism, again, you can expect a detailed question like what do you understand by pleochroism? How do you determine the pleochroism in plane polarized light? And then describe different pleochroic scheme for Hornblende and something like that. So for this section, the books we have referred were for optical mineralogy and crystallography part, the book by Dexter Perkins. Again, for optical mineralogy, you can refer to W.T. Nesse. And then you can also refer to Dana's Manual of Mineralogy. And especially for silicate structures, I have referred book Rock Forming Minerals by Jusman. So that was about the section A. Then comes the geochemistry and isotope geology part. So in geochemistry, important topics are composition of meteorite, partition coefficient, geochemical classification of trace element, large and lithophiles, and RE and RE patterns. So partition coefficient and composition of meteorite can be asked in short notes as well as in the detailed question along with some other questions. So RE is very trending, and you should know the different geochemical characteristics of RE and significance of RE anomalies. Like I have mentioned one question in a sample question, like discuss geochemical characteristic of RE and what is EU anomaly. Part you can expect questions from the topics composition of bulk earth, geological behavior of Earth's mantle, and geochemical cycle. From the isotope geology part, they mostly ask questions from half-life and deriving the decay equation. And along with this, they ask one of the radiometric dating method. And the most frequently asked are the uranium, lead, and rubidium, strontium dating. So for this section, important books are a book by Brian Mason. This book covers your meteorites and geochemical classification of trace elements and composition of bulk earth, geochemical cycle, all this topic. For again, for trace elements and isotope geology, we have referred to geochemistry by William M. White. There's another book for geochemistry by K.C. Mishra, and especially for isotope geology, I have referred to some of the videos which are available on Vidyamitra website for the better understanding of the concept. Next section is igneous petrology. So the most important topic from igneous petrology is IUGS classification. You can expect a direct question like discuss about the IUGS classification of acidic rocks or basic rocks or ultra basic rocks. So whenever if question comes like IUGS classification of acidic rocks, so you need to give the QAPF diagram. Then you can expect questions from Bowen's reaction series, fractional crystallization, evolution, and differentiation of magma. So all these topics are interlinked, and there are questions expected like write an essay on origin and late stage crystallization of basaltic magma, or discuss about the evolution of basaltic magma and something like that. Then again, next is nature of magma with different tectonic settings. So if a question comes from this topic, you need to give a proper diagram like in subduction zone setting, in Medullinic ridge, what kind of magma you expect. So try to give more and more neat and clean diagrams to explain your answers. Next is phase diagram. So the important one is a binary system. So that every 2-3 years they always ask questions related to the this binary system phase diagram. Then there are topics like hotspot volcanism, continental flood basalts, cometites, kimberlites, and earlier degrees complexes, and so on. So if question comes from these type of topics, you need to first give one broad introduction, then always describe in what kind of tectonic settings you expect these rocks, and then if you know, always try to give some Indian example. So this will help you to get good marks. For igneous petrology, we have referred to the books Igneous Petrology by M.K. Bose and Principles of Igneous and Metamorphic Petrology by J.D. Winter. These two books mostly cover your all the topics. You can refer to the book by Phil Potts also. And there is one very good online course material available by Professor Stephen Nelson from Tulane University. And especially for the phase diagram, I have referred to this material, and this is very easy to understand and very much helpful. And again, from the topics like hotspot volcanism and mental metasomatism. So for these topics, I've referred to the videos from Vidya Mitra. Next section is metamorphic petrology. So the most important topic from metamorphic petrology is characteristics and mineral assemblages of different metamorphic facies, and out of which most frequently asked are green schist facies, blue schist, and eclogite facies. So you must thoroughly go through all the facies and remember all the mineral assemblages. This you can expect in a detailed question. Then again, porphyroblast and their significance. It can be asked in a 10 or 15 marks question. Then there are topics like thermal light facies, ACF diagram, retrograde metamorphism. So all these things are asked generally in short notes. So you prepare these topics accordingly. Then metamorphic facies series, ultra high pressure metamorphism, role of fluids in metamorphism, geothermobarometry, and so on. All these questions are repeatedly asked in previous years UPSC geologist examinations. So you need to focus on these topics also. So again, for metamorphic also, the very basic book which we refer in, which we read in our college days, the book by G.D. Winter, it covers almost all the topics. And especially for the facies, I've referred to this metamorphic petrology book by Miyashiro because it has given a detailed explanation of each and every facies, and which is very easy to understand. So last section is geodynamics. So this section again is very much scoring, and the most important topics again here are concept of continental drift and plate tectonics, and you can expect very basic and direct questions like give evidences of continental drift, or what do you understand by plate tectonics, and describe different types of plate boundaries. So if a question comes from plate tectonics, so whether it is from mantle plumes or subduction zone, oceanic island chain, accretionary wedges, rift basin, Bekak basin, and so on. So you need to give a proper clean and labeled diagram and try to give maximum information in the figures itself, because it is a last section and you there are chances that you might be running out of the time. So even if you do not have the time to write anything, try to give maximum information in the diagrams itself. Then in the second part, important topics are paleomagnetism, seismic belts, gravity and magnetic anomalies on ocean floor, seismic discontinuity in Earth, Olivine spinal phase diagram, and evolution of Himalayas. Like in this part, you can expect questions like write a note on gravity anomaly at mid-oceanic ridge, or differentiate between the magnetic anomalies at mid-oceanic ridge and oceanic island, and something like that. And for this section, the books you can refer to are for tectonics, you can refer to Earth Structure, Global Tectonics by Kerry and Wine, Plate Tectonics by Casey Conley. And for the geophysics part, you can refer to Fundamentals of Geophysics by William Lowry. And the first chapter of this book is very much important. So this was all about the paper 2. And so if you have any question regarding the section which I have discussed, you feel free to ask.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I am Dhruv Upadhyay. So, ma'am, I have actually 3 questions. First is means I have experienced the mains exam last year, and actually what happened that while attempting the questions, the lengthy questions of 10 to 15 marks, most of the 5 marks questions which we tried to attempt at So actually, how should we manage the speed in that case? And also, if in 15 or 20 marks questions, if we are able to write, if in 15 3 pages are given, so if we are able to write 2 pages, and in 20 some 3 pages, if we are able to write, and if some is left, then does we lose marks over there, or while in the checking process? And yeah, and overall approach should be more of attempting the questions, or just we should just let go the questions that we are not sure and confident.
Okay, I understood your point. So your first question was you could not attempt your section A. So basically, what happened in section A, there are 10 questions and each having 5 marks weightage. So 50 marks. That means, and for like for my strategy was, I always used to attempt section A first, because there are more chances that you can score maximum in that part. So first 30 minutes you give for section A, 30 or 40 minutes, and then accordingly, like you have 3 hours, you devote your 30 minutes for section A, and then 30 minutes for each of the sections. So always try to attempt section A first if you want to score more. Your second question was in the descriptive part, like in 15 or 20 marks question, you could not fill all the pages which were given. So no, you do not lose marks if you leave one page blank. The basic idea is you need to be straightforward and you need to write correct answer. All the papers. And the last question was, I'm sorry, I forgot your question. Can you repeat it again?
Yeah, so overall approach should be attempting of more of the questions, or we should just let go the questions we are not sure or
No.
confident.
Our objective is to qualify the exam, right? So in this particular exam, you need to attempt all the section. So rather than giving 1 hour to one particular section and then you could not attempt one section, so that should not be your strategy. So you should be speedy from the beginning of the exam, and then try to attempt all the section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm asking that whether we should write the questions in tabular way, in point wise, or I should write the questions in a descriptive manner.
No, you should always write in like point wise in bullets or in tables. That saves your time and that looks good also, and that is easy for examiner also, and that gives an impression that yes, you know the answer. So there is always chances to get more marks if you write point wise.
Okay, thank you so much. And another
Try
question
to
is,
give
can I
more
use?
and more figures rather than describing. Try to give more and more figures and cross section, something like that.
Okay, sure. And second one is, can I use the color pens like that, or only 1 or 2 pen?
No, only use blue pen, and if you want, you can use pencil for the figures.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Color pen doesn't matter.
Okay, can I use that or not? Is it
No,
allowed?
you should not. You should use only blue pen.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Hello.
We have
yes
2 queries.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am, do writing matters in the exam or not?
Because it's a writing exam, so I mean, like you should be able to convey that yes, you know the answer. That's all. Even if your English is not good, that doesn't matter. You should know the concept.
About good handwriting.
Oh, good handwriting. It should be legible.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am.
We can also use black pen, right? Or specifically mentioning that it's a blue pen.
Hello.
Ma'am, we can use black pen also, right?
I think yes, you can use black pen. Still, you should go through the this notification before going to the exam. Whatever is mentioned.
Yes. Anjali.
Yes, sir.
Please state to say in the notification what sort of color pens you can use and you cannot use. It is clearly written. Please go through the notification first. Next question, please.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, from when we are preparing for the exam, so we should make a short note for it, or we should first complete the whole syllabus.
Sorry, I could not understand your question.
Ma'am, my question is that when we start preparing, so first from the day one, so we should start making short notes, or we should complete the course at once, and after that we start making notes.
Oh, making notes. That is your choice, whichever way you are comfortable. Like it's better to write. So it of course that will help you in writing in the exam also. So whatever you are reading, it's better to make notes. So that will also improve your writing skills and improve your speed also.
Yes, thank you,
So
ma'am.
ultimately, that is going to help in the exam.
Ma'am, one more question.
Please.
Ma'am, the sessions about that is GSI videos on this, I'm not able to get these videos. So how could you please get a link?
No, they are not GSI video. That is a different website, which is I think from government, Vidya Mitra. So there all the videos for all the subjects are available, and for geology also videos are available, and that are very helpful. Oh, okay, I can share the link.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
We'll tomorrow in the interactive session we'll let you know maybe.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Yes. Your voice is not clear. Hello.
And how long? What is the minimum time limit that we can spend to prepare for